Kimba gang is the team. Kimba gang is the team. Juice. I wait for my love, I don't chase no hype. Wrist getting tight, then I strike that tight. Monday to Friday, we move like snipes. Light us on fire, but the man's so right. Look, I don't jump, I don't flinch. Playing too deep in the trench. Smoke too loud, but that's my scent. 10 toes down, I'ma ride to the end. Legends don't die, they just lead in the sin. Every move sharp, go rewind that play. Even on chill days, Kimba gang is the wave. Kimba. Juice for the bell, I don't sleep, I scheme. Smoke in the air, but the plan stay clean. Chart hit zone, and the gang go mean. Running up plays while they chase they dream. Let's go. Kimba gang is the team. Juice. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Learn before we earn. Yeah. Juice is what we yearn. Woo. Data took a turn. Map don't never burn. And lions never fold. Never. Chart still cold. Kimba gang go. We don't miss. We reshaping mode. Whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
KIMBA, you a fool for this one.
I did it for all of us, yeah, I put in the time. Now we up, Kimba gang up, no one left behind. Mama don't stress, now we good, we fine. Long nights turn to long flights, stars all align. I remember when the fridge had nothing but light in it. Now we tote champagne, got ice where the ice isn't. Juice up the fam, gave them more than just a slice in it. Work for the win, now I'm juicing in the right pivot. Tears in my auntie's eyes, she said, boy, you made us proud. Told her this ain't luck, it's the grind that spoke loud. Charts on my screen, wrist tight, stayed down. Now I'm pulling up with bags and I'm sharing them around. I did it for all of us, yeah, I put in the time. Now we up, Kimba gang up, no one left behind. Mama don't stress, now we good, we fine. Long nights turn to long flights, stars all align. This for the hustle, still hustling, trying to make it right. This for the homie who stayed loyal every night. This for my mama who prayed even when I lost sight. Now I'm buying her a crib, yeah, she living that life. Didn't flex for the gram, I flex for the fam. Made it out the drought, now they know who I am. Private calls with the broker, talking bigger plans. Now the room smell like lettuce, wrist holding some bands. They ain't see the nights I cried, sleepless in his chair. They just see the jets, now they don't know I was scared. But I ain't fold, I held the line, always came prepared. Now I got the whole game shining, fully aware. I did it for all of us, yeah, I put in the time. Now we up, Kimba gang up, no one left behind. Mama don't stress, now we good, we fine. Long nights turn to long flights, stars all align. All of us, yeah, I put in the time. Can't forget where I came from, that's why I live for all of us. Kimba gang, Kimba gang. Hit 'em with the D, that's data. Zoom out, get clean like a shaver. That chart, pull back, I'ma fade ya. High IQ, no need for a savior. Hit 'em with the D, that's data. Hit 'em with the D, hit 'em with the D. Data. Seeking data, where the data be? Just CVD, oh, our data is data. Even if it's free, Kimba gang live streams. Bitch, quit playing with me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Hit him with that D, not drama, that's data. RTH, open strong, so I wait up. Get my map loaded, no favors. If price break structure, I cater. SFPs with a fib rotation. I don't chase, I calculate placement. They ate by trace, pure patience. My edge, pure math, no statements. CPOs, I'm inside the range. Volume ledge, got 'em feeling strange. Value low, then I'm in my lane. That's some VWAP just to press that pain. I ain't guessing, I'm locked with a thesis. Tape move quick, I'm squeezing hyenas. All gas, no brakes, no leases. I'm a lion, I don't follow no pretense. Hit 'em with the D. Hips layered like lasagna. Kimba gang, this is the new saga. You lost, that's just karma. Hit 'em with the D. No FOMO, we just chill. Let the candles react, we still hit the profit, that's the skill. Yeah, 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 hit 'em with the D. Open interest stuff, so I'm dialed in. POC holding, less filing. Delta red, then I smiling. This ain't hope, this is styling. Bagama's heat, that overlay sweet. Gigs on deck, so I plant my feet. Let the crowd flip, I don't retreat. One good trap and I feast repeat. You scroll for memes, I scroll for wicks. You buy on green, I plot my tricks. I resync going 3, still take that flick. Cause proper math make the profit stick. I got plans, no lotto. Narrative tight, like a bottle. Saddle wild and let 'em wobble. We in the seat, full throttle. Hit 'em with the D. Fibs layered like lasagna. Kimba gang, this is the new saga. You lost, that's just karma. Hit 'em with the D. No FOMO, we just chill. Let the candles react, we still hit the profit, that's the skill. Yeah, 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 hit 'em with the D. Yeah, 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 hit 'em with the D. Hit 'em with the D. Yeah, 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 hit 'em with the D.
Useless Lines Records.
I said whole lot of damn juice.
Quit playing with me.
Kimba gang. Woo, woo, woo. Kimba gang. Who juicing gang? PSG gang. Kimba gang. Woo, woo, woo. Kimba gang. Who juicing gang? PSG gang. Data, math, levels, charts, letters and a whole lot of juice. Whole lot of juice. Data, math, levels, charts, letters and a whole lot of juice. Whole lot. I said whole lot of damn juice.
Quit playing with me.
Kimba gang. Woo, woo, woo. Kimba gang. Who juicing gang? PSG gang. Data, math, levels, charts, letters and a whole lot of juice. Whole lot of juice. Data, math, levels, charts, letters and a whole lot of juice. Whole lot of juice. Woo, woo, woo. Catch your juice. Quit playing with me. Kimba gang. Woo, woo. Juice. Juice. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Lit, 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 lit. Juice in the air, vibes don't lie. Zone feel good, math don't lie. Catch joy in the rhythm fly. We just move, we don't reply. Easy money, I don't chase. Just a line, I know my place. Chart look clean, no disgrace.
Edge around all in my space. Wrote a lettuce piece on deck. Mapping, talking, I don't guess. He full send and I just stretch. Then I enter, then I bless. No bad vibes when juice on high. Kimba don't fall, we multiply. Catch eye on him by my side. All this edge I testify around me. Profits growing proudly. Juice in every entry. Kimba built this loudly. Lettuce in rotation. At the foundation. Zone with no frustration. Catch your elevation. Kimba Gang Nation. Kimba Gang Nation. He on tilt, I sip my tea. Zone come back, that's victory. We don't stress, we let it be. Cause profits land naturally. Juice in pocket, I don't show. Bugatti dreams, we let them grow. Kimba Gang, that's all I know. Easy money on the low. Cause around me, profits growing proudly. Juice in every entry. Kimba built this loudly. Lettuce in rotation. At the foundation. Zone with no frustration. Catch your elevation. Kimba Gang Nation. Kimba Gang Nation.
Useless Line Records.
I've been deep in my charts, just letting the zones pull apart. I ain't pressed, I'm aligned. Don't chase, I wait for my time. Juice rising slow, I feel the vibes surrounding me. Smoke all over me, but my mind at peace. All this edge surrounding me. Ain't no fear, just clarity. If you've been stressing, just sit and breathe, math is a blessing. Kimba Gang, math juice elevation. Let that market talk, we don't force, we just walk. Juice on me, levels moving heavenly. Math been talking steadily. Ain't no rush and let it be. Kimba Gang, life at ease. Oh, let's live. So clean, we stacking bit by bit. Take it loud, we stay legit. That's just how the Kimba Gang is. We don't flinch. Levels moving heavenly. I've seen plays fall apart, seen emotions break hearts, but we stay smooth, be smart. Risk slow, entry sharp, daily close, full rotation. RTH got feel Monday, don't be impatient. We just vibe, wait for edge and take it. Profits come not chasing on the weekend. Juice on me, levels moving heavenly. I've been talking steadily. Ain't no rush and let it be. Kimba Gang, life at ease. Ooh, let us live. Zone clean, we stacking bit by bit. Take it loud, we stay legit. That's just how the Kimba Gang is. We don't flinch. Levels moving heavenly. Levels moving heavenly.
Kachoya. Test, 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 test. 네. Kachoya. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Boy, it's good to be back. Can I get a kachoya? Mandelo, let's get it. How we doing? Happy Friday. Mic check, mic check. Volume is okay. Volume is okay. We Gucci? We Gucci? Ladies and gentlemen, are we Gucci? Yes. All right, I missed you guys. How we doing? It. Let me just take a look at where we are. Bing bong ding dong up in this bitch, huh? How many of y'all drawing symmetrical triangles and shit? Is this ETH action? All right, let me load up the chat here. Yanthro, what's going on? Cage, what's going on? Santa, Zamil, Berbizi, Haristadald, Glitch, Kobe, Stiga, Ace, Manaka, Huju Shin. We got Kobe. What's going on with Huju Shin, by the way? I haven't checked that shit in like 2 weeks. Do I need to replenish Huju Shin or is Huju Shin Jushin? Okay, 360K, not bad. Alram, Berbizi, Curviz, Pavel, Pedro, Glitch, Denial. We got Jedi, we got Soguru, Mapadis, we got Damon, 19 Turbo Rules Crypto, Sandal, Balha, Taking Profit, Mr. Lucas, Ace, Vidine, Stiga, Shadow, Incognito, Haskir, Danny Bolat. Drac in the building, Kobo, Focacino, Cappuccino, Mochaccino, Fibception, Danny Bolat. Lou, what's going on? Cage, Kobe, Paper Bell, Chameleon, Curviz, Calling Noob. Good morning, Incognito. We got Glitch, Shadow, Lua Bambua, 19 Turbo, Malha, what's going on? Incognito, Kagan, NK, Lusky, Balha, No Diabito, Sebs, Mr. Lucas, Buzzo, Sin, Mandalo, shout out Mandalo. Brian, what's going on? Lucas, Stops Taken, Triple J, Not a Fuck, Cytilix, Sin, Triple J, X Dukes, Prox 1. All right. Stiga says we kachoing. That's what I'm talking about. Small Whoopee, Waz, what's going on? We got Glenn, what's going on? Stiga, what's going on? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's Friday, so it's not going to get too complicated. Hey, it's nice to be back, cowboy. All right. Zamil says so much ding dong bing bong for real. Yeah, just in between that value, my boy. Swap Beezy, Sandal, Antonia, Out of Pocket. I Chop Let's Go says we Jushin, I like it. So Guru in the building, Jarik in the building. Incognito says hope your trip was fun and productive. Yup, it was purely a business trip. So it's good to be back. Rules Crypto, what's going on? Gabrielle, good morning. Antonia, let's go. Superman Crypto. Boy Alvarado, Hey Blade. I'm Sin, James Kirk, bottom longer. Kagum, Frota Nazar, bottom longer. JB, Mex 83, Akin. Smitty, what's going on? Miguel, what's going on? Crypto Jammy, Deadly 888, Colodine, Mad 420, Tarasta in the building, Shamas, Dragon King. Aram says you're doing good, blessed. Blessed. I got a lot of shit I gotta get caught up on. This weekend is gonna be nuts. Got a lot of work to do. Coke Zero, what's going on? Zamil says, how did it go? Oh, I mean, it was perfect. Did I get to stop in Macau? I did not, Shadow. It was already I was already behind schedule, so Blink John says 1 day without Kimba is 1 day too much. I feel the same. I missed you guys. But thank goodness the price action was just bing bong ding donging. So really, I don't even expect anything that crazy for today. Maybe you get a fake out of the bottom, maybe like value area low. You know what I mean? Like break the triangle, get everybody tripping again, and then of course it's like a higher low type of shit. So if it wants to go down, obviously value area high, value area low, you got the full rotate. And then if you can just start to get above like 105, then you probably have a good chance to try and sweep that 106. So settlement here is going to be important. VWAP down there is going to be important, probably around the 0.5. Yeah, and then obviously the value area low with the point of control down there too. So yeah, hopefully it's not gonna get too crazy. I'm gonna be testing out a little bit, a couple more V2 stuff. Nala Chic, thank you for the resub. Fib Math, let's go. Shadow Dancer, let's get it. Let's get it. RMX says hella shout outs, man. We got to. What's going on, RMX? You good? Any questions? You guys have levels to the upside, levels to the downside? What y'all doing, man? So Guru says settlement is 13500. Oh, I don't know if I even adjusted that. Is it like that? I'll take your word for it. These are all automated now, so I don't know if I got to refresh. Happy 420 says V2 looks so cool. We're gonna probably do something this weekend to test out some different content. You excited? Show ya! All right, any questions about Biddy? We got value area low, so obviously getting below value area high and settlement's almost going to guarantee that value area low, value area high bullish retest. If we can just get above 105, we're going to go get that 106. We got 21 minutes. All right, let me get... Ooh. What the fuck? Is this right? Interesting. Okay, let's set the Gex flip first. And then let's go with 59, 55. Go with 5905. All right, dope. Like this. That's too far. Is there anything between 5905 that we got to be aware of? What? Put 5910 just for shits and giggles. 5910. Okay. XLR says, we missed you. I missed you guys too, man. Incognito says, what you seeing? Well, I mean, S&P is going to go to 5905. So the real question is, will it be able to stay above 58? 60, 58, 55. The Gex flip is around 58, 55, but the biggest volume node is a little higher than that. So probably, like, you're still going to have to go with your own bias. If you're bullish, you're probably looking at that value area low long now. Right? Incognito says makes sense. Yeah, it'll I'm more excited for Monday. Let's get it. Let's get it. First things first, let's see 5910, 5905. Lab M. Let's get that juice, Lab M. You good? Kachoya. Any questions? You guys Gucci? Happy Friday, y'all. What are you guys up to this weekend? Huh? Next Saturday, I think we're going to have our first nerd out. Yeah. Yeah, let's get that juicy juice, though. Let's get that juicy juice, though. You heard me? How do I... Okay, there we go. Lab M says nerded out, and I rewinded highlights on the last few days. Nice. Anything you want to talk about, Lab M? Love you, big dog. Castillo says canceling my day for Saturday nerd out next week. Next weekend, Castillo, not tomorrow. Next weekend. So go ahead and riz the fuck up tomorrow. All right? What you doing for your date, my boy? Yeah, next weekend. So you can still do your thing this weekend, Castillo. Lusky says, let's go. How you been, my man? I'm a little bit tired, slightly jet lagged, but we doing the damn thing, Lusky. We got some generational wealth set up. Incognito says, do you ever look at RSP? Not really. Not really. Grimes, let's go. Bugama. Bugama mama. Pedro, let's go. Chris, let's go. R2, let's go. It's too easy. Choya on him, man. Fibception says preparing for the trip, going to visit the family whole next week and celebrate the newborn with them. That's awesome, Fibception. Congratulations, man. The math is the math and the juice is the juice and the kids are the kids. Lusky says grandsons are going to be born and their first word will be juice. Yup. But you know, like how you have different personalities with kids? One's going to say juice, one's going to say kachoya. You know? And the smartest one out of all of them will actually say Shiba Bubuya. So, all right. Hey, but shout outs to everybody with kids and grandkids. That's dope. Anything you guys want to talk about? Everybody have levels to the downside, levels to the upside. You guys doing all right? Happy Friday, y'all. Shout outs to people in longs. Shout outs to people in shorts. Let's get that juicy juice. Let's get that juicy juice today. Tarasta, what's good? Danny, God damn it, Danny. Danny! What are your weekend plans? I'm going to be working on V2, the design, and kind of getting people settled in. I'm going to start prepping for different types of content. I think next week what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start scalping S&P and shit like that. So I got a lot of work to do this weekend to make that happen. Godhound says, Kimba, I got Kimba Cup I won in giveaway. Unfortunately, it was broken. Whoever packing those things does bad job. Message fourth wall, Godhound. I don't do any of the shipping or the fulfillment. It's handled by fourthwall.com. You should be able to send them a message. When you redeemed it, you should have gotten an email for like shipping and tracking. Can I get a cachoya? Mango says, Kimba, I'm VIP Discord now. Very happy. That's awesome, Mango. Perfect timing because this weekend I'm going to start upgrading the VIP section as well. Yeah, my plan is to have like daily updates in that bitch. Lusky says, I forgot to say, got my mug 2 days ago. That's awesome. Make sure you guys share pictures in the Discord. Pavel, what's going on? Fibmath, what's going on, man? The Bottom Longer says, Danny, thank you for the gifted sub. Shout out Bottom Longer. Shout out Danny Balat. X Solar, what's going on, brother? Happy Friday, man. So what are you thinking about this value area low? Are there any, how many of y'all are bullish? How many of y'all are bullish and you're gonna take that value area low? Thang. How many of y'all are bearish and you're looking for like 99K? It's really just a question of, are these guys going to sweep? Really, like, if you break it down, there's only two teams. One team thinks that 106 is coming first, and the other team thinks that the 100K is coming first, you know? Isn't that really just the two teams in crypto right now? There's one team that thinks 106 is going to come first, and then you've got people that thinks that the 100 is going to come first. Castillo says, I'm bearish, but price consolidating too much. Yeah, and I mean, you could be short-term bearish, you could be medium time frame bearish, or you could be higher time frame bearish. I got to figure out how to install the motion cap on this Mac this weekend. Haskir says, I mean, if I'm a whale, I would love to buy BTC the cheaper that I can. Yeah, but no whale is buying at above 100K, Haskir. They were all buying at 50 and 70. Whales are only thinking about shorting. Selling. Like around 125, 130. Yeah, did you see the CME open interest, the change in like the last 72 hours? It's pretty nuts. Um, bu- 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 Dun, 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 dun. All right, 9 more minutes left, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get my other phone. Okay, so that looks good. Okay, I see you. Shout outs to everybody over on YouTube. Pepiga, Buzzo, Bobby, Stephen Moody, Paul, let's get it. Justin, let's get it. Guillerme, let's get it. Deneth, Skiller, Hegemonia, Banshee, Chimp, Nico, Indolion. I see y'all. How we doing? Chimp says, yeah. Feels good to be with y'all. Life be hitting back hard. Yeah. Life be crazy sometimes, man, but you got to lock in. Aside from the charts and aside from the trading, how y'all doing out there? You guys hanging in there? You guys doing all right? How is life in general, Lions? We Gucci? Mr. AG, thank you for the resub. How we doing, Mr. AG? Any questions? Doobie says, hanging. Very nice, Doobie. Hang in there, brother. Let's go. Mango says, we going to gym right now. What are you working out today, my boy? What are you working out today? Today, I'm going to keep it real simple. I'm going to just do delts and arms. I'm like a little bit jet lagged. I'm a little bit sleepy. I don't know if the monster is even helping. I'm about to just do delts today, my guy. I'm going to just keep it real easy. Shout out Derek. Shout out more plates, more dates. Maybe Band-Aid says about to hit the dispensary. Maybe Band-Aid. I haven't hit the lettuce in 72 hours, bro. So as soon as I get, you know, to be honest, I'm probably not going to hit the lettuce until later tonight, because if I hit the lettuce during the day, I'm going to be on Mars. I'm going to be Elon to Mars. You feel me? Zamil says, meh, kind of overworked, but fine. Counting the days to vacation. Nice. But I think overworking is okay. You know, do you like being overworked or not really? I mean, I guess it depends on if you feel like you're getting compensated fairly, right? Nobody wants to get overworked and not be compensated for it. But me personally, if I'm getting compensated for it, dude, I'll work fucking 24 hours a day, 365. Give me that money. Mango says arms, biceps, triceps, and some peptides. You know what's crazy though? I've heard this from, especially from like power lifters too, is like, I rarely do arms, and I think I have good arms, but like I don't use straps when I do deadlifts either. So naturally, like I think arms will kind of take care of themselves. Remember that 60% of your arm size is your triceps. So a lot of people like to obsess over biceps, but if you want to make your arms look bigger, get those triceps, man. Which kind of peptides are you using, Mango? Do you have the tri-blend in like international? I used to get my own peptides compounded. So I had my peptide was sermorelin, right? And I had GHRP6 and GHRP2. So I had a really synergistic peptide compound. But it was like CJC 1954, GHRP2, GHRP6. And if you know, you know. But boy, I would pin myself post-workout right before going to eat. And I would go hypoglycemic every single time, dude. I would be sweating my ass off, like crazy shit. Good old days, man. But I got really lean doing peptides. Let's go NK. Let's go Triple J. Maybe Band-Aid. Zamil says it's just the stress. That's it. Oh, gotcha. You know what's fucked up? I actually started to like embrace stress. I love stress. Dimitri says, what is your deadlift max? The thing is, so like I've done 4 plates with 125 on each side. So that's going to be 455, right? I've done that on sumo with no strap. But it went up pretty quick. I think I could have done more. But yeah. So I kind of cheated, you know, it's sumo, so it's not that hard. But yeah. Mango says, Kimba, I use ipamorelin. Nice. Yeah, Mango, I don't know if you have it in your country, but not only should you take CJC, take CJC, GHRP2, and GHRP6. It's incredibly synergistic. You know how we always say, like, when you have multiple edge and confluence, it's synergistic. 1 + 1 + 1 isn't 3, it's 7. Yep. Choy. RDLs, I love RDLs. Lab M says, math is the math. Let's go. Mango says, I'm going to Miami in July. I will try to get that. Oh, even better, Mango. So Mango, in Miami, there is a pharmacy called Hallandale. And they are a compounding pharmacy. And so that's the Hallandale Pharmacy is the place that does all of my custom compounding. Even my testosterone is compounded there, and I don't have to take like a pill form of anastrozole. I have my anastrozole blended into my testosterone cypionate. So, you know, as soon as I shoot my testosterone, I already have the anastrozole, and I don't have my liver and kidneys, they don't have to metabolize the pill form. So I already have the anastrozole going straight into my bloodstream, and I don't even have to have my kidneys or liver process and metabolize it. Stops Taken says, what's your max bench? I mean, I've done 335, 315. So 3 plates is, I think, always like the thing that you want to hit, right? But yeah, I mean, I'm enhanced. I've been working out since Godhouse says, why you use sisters? It's just TRT. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, I've been working out every day since middle school. Just like how I stream every day. So, and I'm a skinny, small motherfucker too. So I'm right around like 150 pounds probably. You know, floating anywhere between like 7 and 8 throughout the year. And then, you know, obviously I'm trying to lean out for the summer. So I'm probably around like 7.4% right now. Like, so I'm trying to get under 7 right now. But yeah, Godhound, I think it's just being like, I just like to be my very, very best. Yeah, but I don't really like spend money recreationally other than like for my health. So, Incognito says max I could do was 225 when I weighed 135 in high school. That's incredibly strong though. That's proportionate to what I can do, right? Yeah, and I'm enhanced, so obviously, like, it's a little bit different, you know? And remember, when I did all of my max benches, Stops Taken, I was on a Deca cycle. So, Decadurabolin, any sort of nandrolone compound is going to give you incredible strength, and on top of that, it lubricates your joints. So when you take things like oxandrolone or Anavar, it's a very drying compound, and you'll actually feel like your joints hurting a little bit more. Nandrolone, it lubricates your joints, so it makes it a lot easier to do, like, you know, 1 rep maxes. Lab M says, looking to go on TRT soon. What do you recommend for protocol? I live in Canada and I study a lot. Take the very, very bare minimum, Lab M. Okay. And what you really need to do is you need to nerd out, because even doctors, bro, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. It blows my mind. I feel like I know more about TRT than 90% of the doctors that actually administer that shit. Yeah, like you really need to understand the like endocrine system. Okay, like the feedback loop that like your body creates. So there are some TRT doctors that will have you take like HCG while you do TRT, and that is, in my opinion, fundamentally wrong. Yeah, so you just need to understand like what is normal, what isn't. You know, I take the bare minimum amount that I can take. And even understanding like what the half-life of a testosterone molecule is. You know, some people are going to say it's 10 days. Some people say that it's going to be 7. The thing that will really help you is something like this. So like, let's say that you want to do a 20-week cycle. You're going to do, I mean, let's just do a standard, right? 200 mils of testosterone. You're going to do cypionate. You'll do every 3.5 days from week 1 to week 20, and then plot. And then so you can see exactly. And then what you do is you take this and then you do your blood test and you make sure that it actually makes sense. All right. And then what's really cool is you can overlap. So obviously, like for me, if I'm going to do 200 milligrams of test, then it's probably going to be like 200. So it'd be like 240, 200. You're going to go nandrolone, Deca, every 3.5 days, and then plot. And there you go. So the math is the math, man. Castillo says TRT while young is good. I think it kind of depends. You know, what is young and what is your blood levels like? So at the end of the day, brother, you got to do your blood test. The data is the data, right? If you don't need it, you don't need it. If you need it, you need it. If you benefit from it, you benefit from it. '20s? Oh no, I would at least wait until you had a 3 in front. And the other thing too is it depends on how long you've been working out. So obviously you don't want to do any sort of exogenous hormone therapy until you've maxed out your natural capacity. Yeah, what you don't want to do is not be in the best shape of your life first and then take those compounds, because then it'll really fuck you up. So it would be like putting super nice rims on like a super shitty car. Why would you do that? Incognito says, wait, say that again. Max out your natural potential before you actually take exogenous hormones. Castillo says, did you notice the difference? Oh my God, yes. Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, like, I work out like a professional athlete, and Incognito says, I don't understand why. What do you mean? You don't want to reach your natural potential when you're using testosterone. Castillo says, in side effects, thank God I haven't had any side effects. Castillo. Yeah, but that's why you got to constantly do blood tests and monitor and know what the fuck you're doing. Dimitri says, what about reproduction side effects? It's everybody is different, Dimitri. So for me, Like, I'm still shooting bullets. Yeah. Choya. All right, how we doing, Lions? Who juicing? Who juicing on these hoes, chat? Gene Gao says, hope you had a great trip, dude. I had an amazing trip. Incognito says, so just to verify I understood what you meant, getting the best natural shape first, then do hormone supplements? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, it depends on what you want to do, Incognito. If you're doing like TRT because you want to feel better, then it might not make that big of a deal. Now, if you're trying to get in like physically good shape, then yeah, you need to be in the best natural shape first. Zohai says some side effects, hair loss. Yeah, my hair is incredible. Yeah. But I know some people after their first shot completely go bald. What basically what it is it amplifies who you are. So if you've got a tendency for balding, then this shit is gonna make you bald real quick. If you've got a tendency for like breakouts and like skin stuff and like acne, you're gonna have fucking back pimples. You know? And the biggest thing that you're probably gonna understand is the psychological, brother. If you're an asshole, you're gonna be an even bigger asshole. So it basically just amplifies everything about you, everything that's good and everything that's bad. Think of it that way. So that's how you should be picking and choosing if it's worth it or not. Incognito says, I asked because I just got my blood work done to test my testosterone. Nice. What was your level? Yeah, my test is usually in between like 900 and 1,000. It's crazy. My testosterone levels are the equivalent of like a 16-year-old going through puberty. So maybe that's why like, 4 hour, 5 hours of sleep a day, no big deal. I can still like max squat the next day after 4 hours of sleep. US 30 says I sit around 900, 925 as well. Yeah, and I basically am able to do it with half a gram. So I pin anywhere from like, it depends on the cycle, right? But anywhere from 0.5 to 1, every 3.5 or every 5 days. It just depends because sometimes I'll switch to a 7-day half-life, which means that I'm injecting every 3.5 days, right? Or I'll do every 10 days. Like somebody like Joe Rogan, for example, he's going to go with a 10-day half-life. So he injects every 5 days, right? So Castillo says you juicing more on trading after TRT. I don't know. I don't think it really affected too much. US 30 says, yeah, those are my favorite to pin at morning on Monday and evening on Thursday. Nice. Yeah, that's basically what I do too. Now, did you hear this? US 30, it's actually better to pin in the morning because that rush of testosterone actually makes it harder for you to sleep. So I did hear that it's actually better to pin in the morning. Yeah, something to look into. If you talk with bodybuilders, US 30, almost everybody, if they're on a, whatever their half-life cycle is, almost every bodybuilder is going to inject in the morning. And yeah, I think it just has like a little bit more of a better effect on your like circadian rhythm. Doggy the OG says, was your test level too low? No, I just wanted to be like the best of myself. Yeah, I want to be like, I wanted to have like a good package bringing, you know. Zamil says, aren't you afraid of needles? I am. Yeah, but I mean, like, it's really more for like IVs and stuff. I'm not afraid of it. It's just I don't really like it. Zamil says, who shoots you? I have somebody that stops by, Zamil, like a nurse, but sometimes I'll do it. Yeah, like if I'm traveling or if I'm on vacation. Yeah, but I usually, like every city that I live in, I have like a nurse. So I'll just text the nurse and be like, hey, I'm going to be in town. Can you stop by on Mondays and Thursdays? Yeah. And like back in the day, brother, when I was just doing like peptide compounds, you know, if it's a subcutaneous injection, I actually have like a needleless injection system. So. Alrighty, we got a little bit off track. Any questions? Soul Not For Sale says, are you a gym influencer? Way back in the day, I used to be a fitness YouTuber. I can tell that you guys were not into watching fitness videos back in the day, because if you were, then you probably would have already recognized my voice. And I made a really long video. I did like a day in the life of. And if anybody ever watched that video, if I told you, like whenever I talk about like, hey, this is my routine for when I'm trying to lean out. So I get up at 4 o'clock, right? To go piss. If you're not waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning to piss, you're not hydrated. So obviously, I think most of us that really try to be hydrated, we all wake up at like 3 or 4 in the morning to go piss, right? So what I do when I wake up at 4 o'clock to go piss, I'll run to the kitchen. I'll already have my my HGH ready to go in the fridge, and I'll pin myself, right? And then I'll go back to sleep. And then my 6 o'clock, 6:30 alarm wakes me up, right? 6:30 alarm goes off. I go downstairs and I pop my Anavar, right? That's obviously an oral. So I'm putting it underneath my tongue and I'm letting it absorb. Once that's done, I'm gonna take my fasted cardio pre-workout. So like fat burners, you know, I basically take like Evogen stuff. Shout out Hani. And then at that point, since I've already done the blood work and I already know what the pulsation rate is on GH, but by the time it's 7, 7:10, 7:15, my growth hormone is peaking, my oxandrolone and testosterone is peaking, and that's when I'll go do my fasted cardio. So I'm trying to maximize fat burning, and I'm also trying to minimize the catabolism. I don't want my muscle fibers to get eaten up while I'm trying to do cardio. Right? And then, you know, like I have my 6 meals, you know, every 2.5 hours, carb cycle, right? So low carb, medium carb, high carb, and then again, low carb, medium, high carb. So carb cycling. Yeah. And I did a day in the life of, and I don't think there's any other videos that talk about like exactly how I was doing it minute by minute. Yeah. But yeah, how many of you guys are like super into that shit? If you guys know stuff about TRT and peptides and working out, then you'll probably know that I know shit as well. But I could talk about this all day. Love Muffin says, I recently read about a study where they checked the benefits of cardio fasted and they said it does not matter since your body would just absorb more the next meal. Well, yeah, I mean, so that's why you have to be careful about what you eat. Like that's why, Love Muffin, you don't want to do like yo-yo diets. People that starve themselves, the only thing that you're doing is you're teaching your body how to get better at being fat. Does that make sense? Your body does not know that it is the 21st century and you have a refrigerator 6 feet away, 20 feet away, and if you really wanted to, you could go over there and get food. Okay? Your body thinks, holy fuck, this guy is bad at hunting. He can't find any fucking food. The next time he eats, I'm going to store everything as fat. It's a survival mechanism. That's just normal biology. So, for example, that is why when you're trying to lose weight, you actually have to eat all the time. People don't realize that. You have to rev up your metabolism. You can't eat one meal a day and think that your metabolism is revved up and you're losing fat. It's the opposite. You're actually just making your body really good at storing fat. What did you know that when I'm dieting, I'm eating 7-8 meals a day? And that includes like protein shakes and like little protein bars. Obviously, it's about 5 meals, 5 real meals, but you have to be eating all the time if you want to lose weight. And you create a caloric deficit. So yeah, it's one of those things where like technically that statement is true, but it's missing a whole bunch of other details that you need to put in there. But fasted cardio, especially steady state, because if you do like HIIT fasted, you're probably going to go catabolic, right? You're just going to burn all that fucking muscle fibers that your body took so long to create. So yeah, it depends on what kind of cardio you do during fasted and what do you eat throughout the day. It's going to impact all of that. But yeah, what you said is technically correct. If you're somebody, that's why like when people like starve themselves and think that they're going to lose weight, it's wrong. All they're doing is training their body to be way better at becoming fatter. But these are all things that you can just kind of nerd out on. And obviously like everybody's body is different. Everybody's genetics is different. So what you need to do is nerd out, understand biomechanics, biochemistry, you know, even like hormonal, hormone stuff and how that impacts you. You need to definitely understand the endocrine system, okay? Because that's what creates the balance in your body. And then it's all about testing and trying. It's literally like trading. You need to know the data, how to read data. Okay, you need to understand that everybody's body is going to be different. Everybody's subconscious bias is going to be different. So at the end of the day, you need to know what the fuck you're doing. You know how many people have done TRT, trusted a doctor, and got fucked up? You know how many people try to copy trade, quote unquote, influencers and get fucked up? It's the same thing. It's just the same thing, man. You got to know what the fuck you're talking about. You got to know what you're doing, and it's your body. So you need to figure out what works for you, what doesn't, and go with that. Chaya! Pavel says, isn't your insulin going up if you do it too often? Are you talking about HGH? Obviously, growth hormone and insulin, they have a counteracting relationship. Yeah, so you don't want to shoot GH, right? Like right after you eat a whole bunch of sugar. You know? Incognito says, that's 100% true. I volunteered for a research study in college where they measured my metabolism in real time before and immediately after eating. Your metabolism jumps significantly immediately after eating. Yeah, exactly. But that's just math, right? And that's just data. But isn't it crazy that there are people that will legitimately be trying to lose weight and they don't even know that, Incognito? Just like how there's people that try to trade and they don't even know what a CVD div is. Yeah, so the math is the math. The juice is the juice. Your body is the body. You know what I mean? Life is life. Dimitri, let's go. Oman says, how do you have such a big knowledge on every topic, man? I know a bunch of useless shit. But here's the thing, Oman. If I love it, I'm going to obsess over it. Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about like angel investing, VC work? I mean, we could talk about that. I could get into that as, you know, mangoes are the mangoes, you bet. Any questions? How we doing, Lions? Hoot you shit. Bing bong ding dong up in this bitch, man. Could show you up. Too easy. Boy Alvarado, happy Friday. How we doing? Zamil, let's get it. Zamil says there are keto states. Yeah, keto didn't work for me, but for some people it might work. Incognito says, do you watch the US bond market lately? No, not lately. For me, like, I don't really look at the bond markets. I just have people tell me if the percentages are going up or down. B1 says, Kimba, is this what they call high volatility? No, it's the opposite. This is low volatility. Going bing bong ding donging between point of control and value area high, that's just normal, my guy. S 0.58%? Nah, that's low. This is low volatility. Wait until you see a $6,000 5-minute candle. If you think a $600 hour candle is crazy, wait until you see a $6,000 5-minute candle. Let's go. Easy money. But it's just bing bong ding dong in my boy. Bing bong ding dong. Mandalo says at Wu-Tang Financial, we suggest you diversify your bonds. Yes. Hey, Prox1 says keto rocks. How many of you guys like keto? For me, it just doesn't work, man. I don't know if it's a generational thing. I don't know if it's a racial thing. I don't know what the fuck it is. Definitely has something to do with my genetic makeup and my metabolism, but I need carbs. I need carbs. I can't do no carb. It doesn't make sense. Lab M says, I just wanted to share my daily routine inspired by Gary Brecka. I fast until 2 p.m., hydrate with electrolytes. Nice. Do red light therapy. Have you guys seen the fitness guys thing? Have you guys seen that like daily routine that the fitness guy did? I'm about to do a day in the life of a crypto trader. Dude was in the air for like 5 minutes according to his timeline. Yup. He a beast though, my boy. You guys know what I'm talking about? It's the fucking most ridiculous fucking thing. Ashton Hall. There's another one that the Russian guy made too. It's hella funny. We got to do at least 10,000. He goes, we got to do at least 10,000. Why he flexing like that? Ain't no fucking way he's doing sprints with a rollie and a fucking Van Cleef thing on. That's cap right there. Who the fuck puts on jewelry to go sprint, chat? Hey, these motherfuckers better quit playing with me. We gotta get in at least 10,000. I'm gonna do a crypto version, and every time it shows the time, it's just gonna be showing the person crying. It'll be like this: wake up at 4 a.m., right? Like running from the bed to the computer, okay? And then like 4:30 a.m. crying. 5 a.m. Kachaya! 5:30 a.m. crying. 6 a.m. Yeah! 6:30 a.m. crying. Instead of like dipping your face into like ice cold water, the crypto version would be like trying to drown himself. Ka-choy! Love you guys, man. How we doing? Happy Friday. Let's take a look at where we are with this. Bing bong ding dong. Bing bong ding dong. All right, 31 minutes. Let's lock in, ladies and gentlemen. Can I close this window? Okay. Easterdam says, do you mind doing some Soul TA? Sure, brother. I don't think anything has changed, though. So Easterdam, this is what I would say. Higher time frame, Bellagio. I'm still thinking 450, 500 for Soul. Okay, so higher time frame, like we're trying to get into longs. So that 150 level looks very, very, so actually, even before we get to 150, 157, right? So 157 looks interesting, 150 looks interesting, and then 120 looks interesting. So I feel like I have to be super, super clear because I don't want like RNK or somebody to misinterpret this. If you want a short, there's nothing wrong with that. But I think if you want the easier, slightly less risk trade, you're just waiting and looking for longs. Easterdam. So, you know, if you're already in a short, fantastic. I don't know if you would really try to chase a short knowing that the high up there isn't that great. So, you know, like a 187, 189 swing fail short would be pretty easy. So like if next week we go to 106 and sweep, then Soul 187, 189, 190 sweep is probably what you're looking at, right? But if Bitcoin goes to like 100 or, I mean, 100, Bitcoin's going to lose 100. Everybody is clear on that, right? If it goes to 100, it's going to lose 100 because everybody's going to try to do a bullish retest there. So you're really looking more like 98, right? 99. So if Bitcoin does go to 100, 99, 98, where would Soul potentially go? I think that's the way that you would want to start thinking about it, Easterdam. So you can clearly see where the immediate VWAP is from the top, which would be around here, right? That's the VWAP from the top. That's the VWAP from the bottom. So like the most incredible bullish scenario, Easterdam, is the anchor VWAP from the high holds, and then we keep going. Okay, the only thing that would mess up this would be that getting swept, swing fail, and then go. And I think this would be similar to like a 106 SFP on Bitcoin, no? This would kind of be like the 98 long on Bitcoin, no? And then obviously going down to like 120 would be more equivalent to like 80 levels, 82 maybe. So yeah, that's about it, Easterdam. Anything specific? Are you more bullish or are you more bearish? So you can, like, that's gonna get cleaned at some point. I like the structure, but at some point this is all gonna get cleaned. So that's the way that I would be looking at it, Easterdams. I would first start with Bitcoin, and I would try to correlate 106 and like that 99, 98. And then if you wanted to extend beyond that, you've got fib levels, extensions. Are you more bullish or are you more bearish, Easterdam? And again, to be clear, I'm not saying that it's going to go to 120 or 150, but if it does, I would love to long that. You know that I've been wanting like a 120 SOL long for a very long time, right? So, kachoy. Haskir says, yeah, I've been nerding out on a lot on SOL, and when Bitcoin went to 100,000, SOL only went to 174, but because ETH BTC was up, yeah. Yeah, and like there's a lot of sort of historical patterns that you can definitely recall because altcoin, I don't want to say like altcoin season is getting ready to start per se, but you can definitely take a look at how SOL and ETH and even things like XRP or DOT or Cardano or Link might move independent of BIDI too. Grim says, do you have TA for Tau? It's the same thing. So here we are, pixel perfect. I mean, these levels have been here for months. We put these levels on, if you remember, like really October, to be honest, Grim. So it's kind of like the same thing, brother. If you took a short here, right, and that's your stop loss, awesome. You can't lose, right? But obviously, all of that is going to get cleaned at some point, right, Grim? Just like BIDI, just like SOL. Like, this is why you should identify bad highs and bad lows and single prints. So wouldn't that SFP be very similar to what we just talked about for SOL and BIDI, Grim? But like if you were super bearish and you saw this structure, like this is your entry, that's your stop loss, you know, stop loss and profit. And then levels to the downside would be the naked point of control and the monthly. And I feel like that, again, very similar to BIDI and SOL. But Grim says, yeah, I was waiting for that liquidity to sweep to take short. Gotcha. Yeah, but I still think that the easiest thing to do, and we've been saying this for the last year, I think, is to be looking for longs when it has a crazy pullback. So, yeah, whether you want to short or whether you want to long, that's totally up to you. I'm never going to be able to convince your subconscious bias. But I think a lot of this just starts with identifying levels, doesn't it? I mean, look at how pixel perfect it's fucking around between naked point of control, value area low, and the weekly level. But it looks like it looks pretty pixel perfect to me. I mean, Grim says, so we wait for 321 for a long. If that's your plan, I don't know about we. I'm gonna, like, if this does this, if it does that, I'll be able to take a long, right? If this is a hidden bull div and Bitcoin is bouncing and S&P is bouncing, I'll take that. I'm not gonna wait. Don't ever say we, because you and I were never gonna have the same subconscious bias. But I'll take that. So you gotta be able to look at the data, brother. Yeah, but wouldn't you take that, Grim, if it was a hidden bull div? So, you know, would you take it over the weekend? If it happened over the weekend, would you take it? You got to start figuring these things out for yourself. But if it was a hidden bull div, I could take that. I could see myself taking that. You know what I mean? If like a bunch of fucking bottom shorters get trapped right there and it's a hidden bull div, I don't know how I wouldn't take that. And I would just put my stop loss at break even. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And the only thing that I would really want to make sure is that I don't lose money. And if that long doesn't work and I get round tripped, then I would be looking at the 321. So again, levels, you gotta mark out the levels on your own. But did you see how, like, you could take the previous resistance getting turned into support? You pull a little bit of a fib. I mean, what the fuck? Look at that. I mean, so given enough time, this might end up getting up there. You never know. But you should be prepared, right? And have a plan. So if it ends up doing that, you know how to execute. If it doesn't end up doing that, you know how to execute. Remember, your job is not to predict the future. Your job is to be prepared. So it shouldn't matter if it pumps or dumps. The way that you fail is not whether you were right or wrong on the short. The way that you fail is if something happens and you go, what the fuck? And you weren't prepared. That's how you fuck up. So, you know, if it wants to turn that resistance into support and it's a hidden bull div and bottom shorters are trapped right there, I'll definitely take it, Grim, right? And I'll put my stop loss at break even. And if it does this and it does this and it does this, then I get stopped out, round tripped. I don't lose any money. And then I'm ready for that one. So level to level, make sure that you have levels to the upside, levels to the downside, and just do your best. Sounds good, Grim? So that's Tau for you. You like Tau, huh? Yeah. Sizzlack says, what time frame is the best for looking for hidden divs? That's a great question. So obviously the higher the time frame, you have more data, you have more volume, so it's more reliable. That concept works when you're talking about looking at a div on the 1 minute, right? So obviously the reason why you wouldn't take a 30-second div, a 1 minute div, a 3 minute div, a 5 minute div is because there's less time, less volume, so it's less reliable. So just by common sense, obviously the higher that you go, you have more time and you have more volume, so it's more trustable. Something that I would maybe, so to answer your question, 30-minute, 1 hour, 2 hour, 4 hour, those are all great. But Sizzlack, it depends on what kind of divs you're looking at. If you're looking at MACD or RSI, then time-based candles, not too bad. However, Sizzlack, if you're looking at CVD, CVD is cumulative volume delta. So there is a benefit to looking at volume-based candles. Instead of every 30 minutes having a time-based candle, you can have volume-based candles. So it's every $15 million of volume, every $30 million of volume, every $50 million of volume. So not only do you want to think about what time frame you want to be looking at for hidden divs, if you're talking about CVD or open interest or other oscillating variables, you might want to base the candles off of the data that you're looking at. So CVD means you're going to go off of a volume-based candle. Does that make sense? And exo charts, when I dip out, it has that. So if you're looking at CVD hidden divergence, you'll notice that if you find a 30-minute hidden bull div, and let's say that you have a volume-based candle for, so every $30 million worth of volume, then if you have CVD divergence both on time-based candles and volume-based candles, twice as more likely to play out than if it was just on time-based candles. So if anything, what I would recommend is you start comparing and contrasting the hidden bull divs, the hidden bear divs, the regular bull divs, the regular bear divs that play out and don't play out, and compare and contrast which ones had confluence with not just time-based candles divergence, but volume-based. Jaya! Hedge Fund says, what about High Block and Kingfisher? What do you mean? High Block pivots off of time. So High Block uses time as its main variable to figure out where the liquidations might be. Kingfisher uses leverage. So if you go and look at High Block and liquidity levels or liquidation levels, you're going to have a 7-day option, a 12-hour option, a 1-month option. If you go to Kingfisher, you're going to have high leverage, medium leverage, low leverage. So they pivot off of different data. So that's why you want to confluence them. All right. Never Give Up says, how are you doing? I'm doing fantastic. Never Give Up. How you doing? Happy Friday, man. Let's get it. All right, 15 minutes. Any questions? It's just Friday. It's just bing bong ding donging. So let's get nasty on them. What happened with Trading Light? That's a great question. Is it back? Or is it still down? Sure. Still down? Lurson says, that's really bad. It's been down for a long time. For sure. I mean, it makes you think, like, what's going on? Something must have gone bad. Really bad. Like data loss type of shit. The only way I feel like you're down for this long is you lost data. Can we get music? Sure. Fuck. How do I get... Okay. How do I get music back on here? I have so many monitors now, I don't fucking know where everything is. Holy shit. This setup is not as good as I thought. I have to check like a million fucking browsers, man. Hold on, let me minimize some of this shit. XCOG says no backups probably. It started around the time of spent. Yeah, I just feel like any time a site is down for this long, they lost something. Here we go. Okay, 12 more minutes. You guys good? Any questions? Love you guys, man. Happy Friday. Make sure you guys get nasty this weekend. What are you guys doing this weekend? Baratinha says YouTube resolution 1440p now. Yep. Well, the YouTube has always been 1440p. Does it look good, Baratinha? Yeah, the YouTube is 1440p. It'll always be 1440p. Twitch has this thing called enhanced broadcast. And if you have a NVIDIA GPU, and I think with AMD ones, specific ones, it works now too. But yeah, like with a Mac, it can't do it. So I have to force it and downscale it to 1080p on Twitch. But on YouTube, it'll take the full 1440p raw. All right, we got 11 minutes on the hourly. Mandela says, gonna be 90 here, taking baby M to water park. Nice. You're taking an osteopathy class. Nice. All right, S&P order flow looks good. Where's my mouse? Okay, there we go. All right. Ugh. How is it using? That's crazy. My computer's using 84 gigs of RAM. Doing what? Looking at charts? Good thing we have 512 gigs, you dig? It's crazy to think that the amount of RAM that I have in this machine is equivalent to the size of hard drives on some machines. XLR says, how many percent is 80 gigs of RAM? I think 18% or something. Yeah, because I maxed out the Mac Studio. I put 512 gigs of RAM in this bitch. I always max out RAM when it comes to Macs, you know? Lati says, it's the size of my laptop hard drive. Yeah, isn't that crazy? I have 512 gigs of RAM. Obviously, it's unified RAM, and so, you know, the graphics hardware, the graphics cards will utilize it too. 8 more minutes on the hourly. Let's go. Let's get it. Mr. Lucas says, I was rethinking about your health discussion. Still wonder about, do you really think it's good to have 10 years of lettuce with heart at 125 BPS every day? It depends. I don't have 125 beats per minute, but if you do, then you gotta, you know, pay attention to that. You know, my body is significantly different. My genetics is significantly different than yours, Mr. Lucas. So, you know, I have spot Bitcoin thousands. You know, so I don't need to be as aggressive on longs as maybe somebody that doesn't have any spot. You know, if you've got some sort of heart condition or like a blood issue or blood pressure issue, then you definitely need to think about that. Yeah, so the data is the data. Make sure you do blood tests. Make sure your doctor is constantly monitoring you, Mr. Lucas. And you got to make a decision, just like how you got to figure out if you're going to take the trade or not. There's so many extenuating variables that come into play, right? So that's why you got to be able to make your own mind. So if you've got heart problems, Mr. Lucas, I definitely wouldn't recommend TRT. You know, if you've got lung problems, then I definitely wouldn't recommend Letuche. Alrighty. Mr. Lucas says, for me, at any time I took lettuce, it brings you tachi. What does taki mean? Like munchies? Is that the international version of munchies? Rules Crypto says, I'm out of coffee. Well, that's not good. Get nasty with it. Speed, heart rate. Yeah, I mean, I have a really slow heart. My resting heart rate is really, really low anyways. So, yeah. And like, I feel like my cardiovascular is incredible. I can still run like a sub 7-minute mile. Like with no training. And that's not too bad, but I used to be able to easily do 6 minutes, 6 minute 30 second. Because I used to run the 400 in high school. So I know what it is to like try to run fast for as long as possible type of shit. So you just need to have like really good cardiovascular. But yeah, it definitely makes your blood thicker and it does increase your blood pressure significantly. So you definitely got to be healthy if you're going to think about doing TRT. Lux Slayer says, have you ever considered to start streaming on Abstract? I don't even know what the fuck that is. Is that another streaming platform? Maybe. Colodine says, I've always wanted to ask, are there any health benefits to smoking lettuce or is it purely for enjoyment? Well, I don't know how long you've been with me, Colodine, but ever since 3 years ago, I've always said that if you don't have a vice, if you tell me you don't have a vice, I'm going to be really, really suspicious. Have you ever heard of the saying that a glass of red wine every night is good for you, Kolodine? Have you ever heard this? Have you ever heard like people say, hey, a glass of red wine every night is good for you? Technically, it's not. Alcohol is still poison. You're still going to put your liver through some sort of metabolistic stress, right? It's alcohol is poison. There's no way you're going to be able to articulate it's good for you. What it is it's making you, it's talking about net effect. So, you know, the world is pretty stressful. You know, I think most people are pretty anxious and stressed. So the guy that drinks, you know, a glass of wine every night and just chills and relaxes a little bit tends to live a lot longer than the guy that is always freaked out, stressed out, nervous the whole night, whole day. Right? So is it a net positive or a net negative? Right? So for me, are there, you know, negatives with smoking Letuche? For sure. But it's my job, my responsibility as a man, as an individual, as a responsible human being, to be self-honest and figure out if it's a net positive or a net negative. If it's a net positive, then whatever, you know? I think everybody should have a vice. And if you tell me that you don't have a vice, then it's probably something really fucked up. So, yeah, like it's not really for enjoyment, but I do believe that it is a net positive. I don't drink alcohol, you know? Regardless of all like the crazy expensive bottles of wines that I have in the wine thing that we looked at, I have like 6 bottles of Opus, you know, and my big thing is I like to get wine as old as I am. So yeah, but I don't really drink alcohol, so. But yeah, it's, I don't know. I think everybody has to be, you know, self-aware and self-honest, and you got to make the decision on if what you're doing is a net positive or a net negative. You feel me? I hope that it's a net positive, but, you know, like obviously, there are going to be stipulations, you know? XBit1 says, did you ever have nagging neighbors about your Letuche? No, not really. But that's why, like, when I go back to New York, for example, I always smoke outside. I don't smoke inside. Because my neighbor in New York is Michael Dell's mom. So I just try to have respect, and I think it's already too late if your neighbors are complaining. There's just, you got to read the room. Certain places, you never let that happen. You know? So if I have like neighbors or it's like a really prestigious place, I'm not even going to risk getting a warning or people complaining about the lettuce. For me, I hate inconveniencing other people. So, because I hate it when motherfuckers do it to me. Dimitri says, what is age of your oldest wine of bottle? I don't know, like 30 plus. Yeah, I don't know if you guys remember, but one of the things that I plan on doing, like in the future when I have kids, is as soon as they're born, I'm going to buy a whole bunch of alcohol, like $50,000 of alcohol, like $10,000 of wine, $10,000 of whiskey, $10,000 of whatever, you know, and then on my kid's 21st birthday, they get to have the whole collection. So, If I'm gonna get like really old wine, I want to get wine that is old as I am, or like it was born or quote unquote bottled when I was born. Yeah, Diligent Jew Toy says that's a great idea. Hey, you know me, man. I'm prepared. I'm planned out like a motherfucker. Something with trading says, so until they're 21, they'll be like watching the alcohol in the glass closet. They probably won't even know, but my job will be to get them caught up and like understand what alcohol is and have a good relationship with it. So when they get it at 21, they don't just like drink it all. But yeah, man, we're prepared, we're planned out, we're ready to juice the fuck up. But yeah, so on their 21st birthday, they'll have, you know, hundreds, if not thousands of bottles of different alcohol that's as old as them. And if they want to sell it, if they want to drink it, if they want to hold on to it, whatever. Good choya. All right, Lions, any questions? Today is obviously going to be a little bit of a shorter stream. I don't think we're going to really get anything too crazy today. It's obviously Friday. Even if we do get something of a nice movement, probably not going to take it until Monday anyways. So, Steve Soul, you good? Dan Green, what's happening? Grimes, let's get it. Hoot you shit. Hoot you shit. Let's get it. Steve Soul says, I'm juicing. Bro, you better fucking be juicing, Steve. Let's go, Steve. NK says, what's your favorite fragrance? To be honest, whatever baby girl likes. Don't we rock the fragrances that we've had feedback on, right? Anytime a girl says, wow, you smell really good, we're like, yo, that's my favorite cologne. Isn't your favorite cologne or the go-to cologne the one that you've gotten the most amount of feedback on from chicks? So who gives a fuck if it smells good to us or not? It's whatever the bitch is like. Come on, man. Kachoya. No, 100%, as soon as a girl tells you that you smell good, that's your favorite cologne right there. Isn't it? Hey, brothers, if a girl tells you that's her favorite shirt, isn't that your new favorite shirt? Especially if you really like that girl. Ladies and gentlemen, we just broke down the most animalistic aspect of the mating ritual. Gentlemen, we do whatever the fuck it takes to get that thang. Am I right? We got to lock in, boys. All right, 25 minutes, excuse me, on the 30-minute candle close. Let's get it, Burbeezy. How we doing, Lions? Let's get that thing. Let's get that thing. Let's get that juice. Hazy says 30-minute candle, baby. Yes, sir. 30-minute candle body. Colodine, happy Friday, master. Happy Friday, man. X-Bit, happy Friday. Lurson, Beru, NK, Paranoid, Dan Green, Hazy, Burbeezy. Happy Friday, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Let's go. ES doing juice. Biddy doing juice. All right, so we got Tao taken care of. Let me see what else we might want to have chance to juice. We'll come back to AVAX. I bet AVAX we're gonna try to take a position next week. Yeah. Some of these are just pixel perfect, though. It's kind of mind-blowing, isn't it? Some of these are straight pixel perfect. Are you guys ready to start scalping altcoins live? You guys excited? Yeah, Sui, what the fuck? Shout out VWAP on Sui. Let's take a look at the ETFs, man. Okay. Ticker says, scalp the lowest volume coin you can find. Let's go. That sounds horrible. Yeah, the worst is when you realize that you're more than 10% of the entire volume. Y'all ever trade on like, what's that fucking thing called? What's that meme thing called that everybody trades on? BullX or whatever? Y'all ever fuck around on BullX and go to like a shitcoin and you realize you're more than 10, 15% of the actual volume? You're like, oh my God, I'm getting got. Oh no, Bonos has tried it. It's horrible. Dude, it's straight ass. You're just... It's not even trading, you know? XLR says high chance chat front runs you. Oh, 100%. Oh, shit. Yeah. Zimio says I tried it too 3 years ago. Don't remember the name. Think it was Holo. Oh, well. Yeah. Incognito says, gotta go, fellas. My daughter called and needs my help. Hey, have a great weekend, Incognito. I'll be popping in and out throughout the weekend, testing out V2. And then next week, we're going to get after it, my guy. What's going on next week? Close that. All right, so we got Europe CPI, but nobody cares about Europe. I'm just kidding. Okay. So Thursday has unemployment. Okay, what the fuck is this? Huh. I wonder if this is going to be pre-market or after-market. Well, Monday morning is going to be juice. Monday morning is going to be juice. 12 20 minutes left on the 30-minute. Jose says, thank you so much for your time and knowledge. It's my pleasure, Jose. I'm not really sharing anything that's extraordinarily unique. You guys have anything you want to talk about? Happy Friday. XLR says, I'm going to sleep as well. Yeah, I'm going to probably go to sleep in like 4 or 5 hours too. I'll end the stream and then I got to get caught up with a couple of people and then, you know. But XLR, I don't know if you really have to rewind. I mean, you have this 106, you've got the 100, you've got the value area low, you've got the value area high, you got the point of control at 104. So yeah. Like losing the 100 long, I think would be the easy play. And then, yeah, we'll see what 106 brings. Sleep well, XLR. Okay, we got, what was that S&P that I just saw? Fibception says, Kimba, do you know which day will be the Nerd Out next weekend? Saturday. Most likely Saturday. Any questions? Love you guys, Lions. How you guys doing out there? You guys Gucci? Crypto Gain says, I can do 265 for 4 reps on the 45-degree incline. That's beast as fuck. Yeah, I actually don't really work on chest that much. I don't know the last time I did a flat bench press. Almost every single chest exercise I do is on incline. If you know, you know, right? So incline dumbbell press and incline dumbbell flies. Yeah, even if I were to do, like, if I were to bring the bench and put it in between like the crossover cable machines and do like pec flies, I'm still gonna do incline. I don't think I've even, it's probably been at least a year. No. Maybe 6 months. It's been a long time since I did decline. So once in a while I'll throw in flat and decline because I just want the thing, but my main thing for me is I got to get that quad sweep. So chest is probably my best body part. So I don't really have to worry about chest too much. And I feel like I've obsessed over like upper pec development. So I don't know about you guys, but I do not get that much chest activation off of a press movement. I'm a shoulder presser, you know, I'm a delt presser for the most part. So if I really want like that stretch and like the contraction and the mind muscle connection, it's always going to be like pec deck, cable fly. Yeah. The pushing movement is kind of hard to really get like the best mind muscle. But when I start doing flies and I let that bitch go all the way down and I really, you know, open up my pecs, that's probably the best way for me. US 30 says I use more shoulder doing push. Yeah, so you probably have a similar, you know what it is? It depends on the length of your arm bones and where your deltoid insertion is. So depending on how your delts insert where, it's going to determine if you're more of a shoulder pusher or if you're a chest pusher. Yeah, so usually you're going to see somebody that either has really amazing delts or really amazing chest. You don't really see both. And that's usually like what judges talk about during like Mr. Olympia judging, right? So, yeah, man. Yeah, honestly, I could nerd out on like fitness stuff, health stuff, body stuff all day if we wanted to. Kaitosh, what's going on, Kaitosh? Yeah, but gotta get the quad sweep, man. Gotta get the quad sweep. I'll sit there and do like 20 sets of leg extensions, know what I mean? 911, thank you for the resub. You know, if I keep saying 911 is shady, 911 shady, I'm gonna, at some point, Homeland, you know, security is gonna come and visit my home. So we need to change that name pretty soon, my boy. Master says, did legs today. Very, very nice. But like front part of your legs or back part? Because I have 2 leg days in a week. I have Monday, which is the push leg, and then Thursday is kind of like the pull leg. So Monday is squats, Thursday is deadlifts. How we doing? You guys are the best, you know that? Master says squats only. Not bad, but remember, just like how, you know, 60% of your arm size, maybe even more, is your triceps, you gotta have, your hamstrings are gonna determine the size of your legs too. Yeah, like, what's the best part, chat? The best part about, like the best part is when you're wearing your swimsuit, right? And like this part, like your legs are, right? You like when you wear your swimsuit, you want the quad sweep to be showing, am I right? And then like I've had compliments on my hamstrings where like I was getting ready to like sit down and like they saw like my hamstring, like that muscle part like hanging. They were like, yo, you have really good hamstring development. And I was like, ka-choy! Yeah, dude, there's nothing. I think my 2 favorite exercises is seated quad extensions, right? And lay flat hamstring curls. I love hamstring curls. Yeah, to be I think Jeremy Buendia, like his 3rd Olympia is probably like the pixel perfect like figure. You know? Let me see if I can find. I have the exact same board shorts that he has too. Because when I saw him wearing it, I was like, bruh. Nick Walker body is the shit. Yeah, I mean, I'm an ectomorph. You know, I'm a skinny motherfucker. So a bodybuilder that won open, I'm not gonna really. You know, even C bum is like unrealistic for me anyways. Like I'm more ectomorph. So, you know, men's bikini is what I'm really looking at. Kachoy. But yeah, I'll never look like C bum. It's just impossible. I'm way more like, you know, Buendia, Ryan Terry, everybody that does like men's bikini. Dimitri says girls don't like big guys mostly. For sure. Yeah. Even like baby girl will sometimes be like, you're getting a little bit too muscularly. And I'll be like, what? How is that even possible? But yes, even sometimes like when I'm really, really lean, baby girl will be like, Master says, how much do you weigh? Probably in between like 150 and 155. Depends on the day. All you get when you get big is appreciation from other guys. Exactly. Yeah. It's like diminishing returns, you know? The crazier you look, the less girls like it. The less, you know what I mean? All right, let's get it. 8 minutes left. Mandelo says, so it's so true. It's fucking hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is hilarious. Yeah, man. Jay! Yeah. All right, any questions? Everybody Gucci Magucci. Absurker, what happening? All right, y'all, 36 minutes. It's just bing bong ding dong. And any questions? All right, let's pull some more fibs again. Ding 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 ding. Your phone ringing. Zamil says women love the dad bods too. I think everybody has different preferences. You know what I mean, Zamil? But what I always have said since the beginning of time is you got to work on your swag first and foremost. I've always said it. You should be able to pull your swag, your charisma, your personality should be so on point that you could be the ugliest, the poorest dude with the smallest dick, and you should still be able to pull chicks. It always starts with that. So you could have the best body, but if you're a dickhead, sorry, probably not gonna work. You could be the richest motherfucker and you could be a dickhead. Sorry, not gonna work. So you better be able to, you always need to be able to fall back on your swag. Even if you're the ugliest, poorest dude with the smallest dick in the world, you gotta be so swagged out you can pull anybody. That's your foundation. And if you don't have that, it doesn't matter how good you look or how rich you might be, you're still normal. Kachoya on him, chat. Kachoya on him. Let's get it. Psycho Hunter says, that's me, bro. That's awesome. Let's get it. All right, any questions? All right, 3 more minutes. Oh, fuck, I did not mean to close that window. Jesus. Okay, so All right, 3 minutes left. And Tara's Dragon King says, can you please explain about swag and charisma? What do you mean? I'm just talking about personality. You know, you got to win people over with your personality, who you really are, right? Would you, like, you would never judge somebody based off of the car they drive, right? Well, extrapolate that metaphor and take it bigger. Who you are is your soul. Your body is the car. Okay? So if you're going to try to win, you know, on something that is exterior, it will only get you so far. It's the inside that counts, right? So you have a driver that's driving the car. You have a soul that's driving the body. Make sense? So I'm just talking about like personality. Out of Pocket says, the average chick will settle for a dad bod or a skinny dude, but that's not their preference. It depends. There's some chicks that aren't able to actually deduce. And what I mean by that is, just because somebody is like rich or successful doesn't necessarily mean that that person has the innate ability to be that. Maybe it's a family-run business, so his dad just made him CEO, right? Maybe he has connections, so he got hooked up with that job. Maybe he's a trust fund baby, that's why he has all this money. So, like, if I had a daughter, I would make sure that she knew how to identify somebody that is ambitious, not necessarily somebody that's rich, right? I would help her learn how to figure out who's a hard worker and who's not. Right? So it depends on, there's levels to all of this, right? There's girls that only know how to recognize certain elements. There's girls that know how to recognize characteristics. And so the girls that really understand personality, that's the top 1%, right? That's like the minority, exactly, Out of Pocket, like the top 1%, right? Most average chicks are like what you talked about. But like, if you've talked to, like, what I think about is not who celebrities like to go out with, but who, like, men that I respect like to go out with. Like, I like to look into, like I want a chick like Princess Diana. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't need like a Victoria's Secret model. I want a fucking princess. You know? So, for me, it's all about like how she was raised, you know, and the way that she thinks about life. That's what would probably be the most attractive thing for me. Yeah, I think what it is like just experience. Antares says, how can I build the swag and charisma? Knowing who you are. You got to know yourself before you can try to learn anybody else. Yeah. So do you know who you really are? Because how can you pitch yourself? How can you, you know, show the best parts of you and show that you're working on the worst parts of you to somebody? Right? Like, if you're a car salesman and you know nothing about the car, I'm not going to buy the car from you. You know, if you don't know anything about yourself, how are you going to pitch me about you? So it's all about knowing you and being confident about who you are. And Tara's. Like, what do you bring to the table? You know that you're not the best looking guy, but you know that you're a funny motherfucker, right? You're confident that you can make a girl laugh. You know that you're a very caring person. You know that you're a super ambitious person. You know that you're a hard worker. So it's just about, I think, knowing yourself, really. Yeah, that's it. That's what swag is. You know who you are. Snowing says, Disney got me fucked up and I wanted a Jasmine type figure for a good portion of my life, being an Aladdin myself. You talking about a physical figure, or you're talking about like the princess motif? Because if you think about it, every Disney princess that has a slightly different motif, right? Mulan is not the same as Snow White, and Snow White's not the same as Jasmine, and Jasmine is not the same as so forth, and Pocahontas. You know what I mean? Joy. Jeffrey says, I made a shit coin using ChatGPT to help me code it, and I learned so much about crypto in general. That's awesome, brother. Mandalo says, being funny, witty goes a long way, for sure. But what I would even say to that too, Mandalo, is I think every guy can be funny and witty with the right girl. The girl that makes him feel comfortable. The girl that makes him feel confident. Right? I think every guy has it in him. Even the shyest motherfucker, if he meets the right chick, like, I'm sure he's going to be witty and funny. So sometimes I feel like society tells guys, hey, you're not funny even though you are. Or, hey, you're not witty even though you are. And so it's really just about like not giving a fuck what anybody else says. And again, it comes down to just knowing yourself and believing in yourself. But it's this is a game and it's a competition, and obviously, like, if that girl was your daughter, you would want the best for her. So all you need to do is just lock in, know who you are, and always put your best foot forward. And then I think everything else kind of takes care of it on its own. Alrighty, 25 minutes on the hourly. How we doing? I'm probably going to dip out in about 40, 45 minutes. So if you guys want to talk last minute TA, obviously it's pixel fucked 886. It's back inside value area high. So if you're bullish, you better not lose that fucking golden pocket, because that's point of control and golden pocket. So if you lose golden pocket, if you lose point of control, not only from a mathematical 886-618 rotation, you're fucking that up, but from a value area high to value area low full rotate, you're going to be expecting the levels that we talked about this morning. Anything you guys want to talk about? So you got point of control coming up. You got value area high coming up. Bulls, you shouldn't really lose that. If you're going to be looking for a scalp long, your invalidation is that wick low. So you guys all good? Shout out Coke Zero. Lawless says, what were those levels? 106 is the swing fail. The value area high is around 104. The point of control is a little bit above that. It's about 104,400. And the value area low is at 102.4. Settlement is 103.5. Mandelo says, definitely, I joke about being dumb, but it's for LOLs. Definitely doesn't help to make women feel like you're way smarter than them, whatever the situation, even if you are a giga big brain. I think it depends on the dynamic of the relationship. You know, I think I've had some chicks where it's maybe better to democratize the decision-making process. I've had some chicks that were like, listen, you're way smarter than me, do that. You know? I think with baby girl, any sort of like logical decision-making, she trusts me and she wants me to make it. At the same token, when it's like an emotional thing, I always try to listen to what she thinks we should do. "22 minutes, let's get it." Out of Pocket says, I think the main problem is a lot of men and women are looking for wrong partners. Most guys want the supermodel, big booty Latina on Instagram, and the girls want a 6'2" NBA player. 6'2" is not NBA. You mean 7 feet. 6'2" is short in the NBA. We all need to snap into reality and settle for someone average and be happy. I don't know if that's the right word. I think we just need to be more competitive. Out of Pocket. The problem that I see is people want things they don't even fucking deserve, you know? And I think society in general is so soft, you know? Yeah, like we're told things like everybody's opinion matters. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You need to earn the right to have your opinion matter. What the fuck? When did that change? You know what I'm saying? Or like everybody is equal, or don't compare yourself to other people. That is the most pussy fucking thing I've ever heard. What? Yeah, sometimes it just blows my mind. Like, what do you mean? Like you're being compared to everybody else. Like that's what natural selection is. What the fuck? And I think people start to make up their own game. Like, dude, life has been this way for millions of years. Y'all better quit playing. Stop making up this like fabricated game so that it's easier for you. Yeah, everybody should be doing their fucking best, trying to outcompete, outwork. Yeah, and and there's nothing wrong with wanting the best for yourself, right? Like, if I had a daughter and she wants to get married to a good-looking, rich, loving dude, I mean, that's the ultimate goal, right? So you should never advocate people to settle. Rather, I encourage people to compete for what they want. Actually compete. Don't sit there and tell me what you want. Go out there and earn it. Fight for it. So that's what I would say is there's nothing wrong with wanting the best, you know, but you better fucking be willing to work for it and outcompete motherfuckers for it and earn it. So I think that's what the problem is people just aren't willing to earn the right. So let's get it. Joy. Yeah, because I mean, I'm not that great of like a good-looking dude. But if you look at everybody that I've gone out with, it's, you know, everybody that's out of my league physically. All right, 19 minutes. Let's get it. Just mathing. How we doing though? Sophia says poor nice guys is also good. Yeah, because you could be poor right now, but you could be the hardest working, ambitious motherfucker, and then maybe in the future you're actually successful and wealthy, you know? Living Force says, how long have you been training at the gym? I've probably been lifting every day since like middle school. Yeah. Let's get it. Vunex says, do you see a BTC pullback to 97K? So you're trading the wrong way. In fact, you're not even trading. Regardless of if I think it's going to go to 97, regardless of if you think it's going to go to 97 or not, does it give you a reason to not be prepared? So what? So if you think, or if I think that it's not going to go to 97, it means that we don't have to prepare for a 97 pullback? We're not here to predict the future. It doesn't matter if you think it's going to go to 97 or not. You need to be prepared. Okay? What are the levels in between 104,000, where we are now, and 97? And what kind of data? So for example, the probability of going to 97K. Okay? If it does this, did the probability of going to 97K go up or down? If it does this, did the probability of going to 97 go up or down? That's all you have to be able to do. Have your levels identified, be able to read data the right way, and then tell me if it's increasing the probability of it or decreasing the probability of it. It's level to level. If it does this, do you understand that here the probability of 97 is up, back inside of value area high? Now the probability is back down. As long as you can do that, you're going to be fine. But talking about, do you think it's going to go to 97? It has almost zero value. Do you understand? It's like junk food. There's literally zero value to talk about if it's going to go to 97 or not. What I would rather do is identify all the levels between 104 and 97. What I would rather do is anticipate all the bullish edge and all the bearish edge that could show up at those levels. And last but not least, I rather be prepared and anticipate the 97 long if I have that opportunity. So, do I see a pullback to 97? Who knows and who cares? Just prepare for it. Do you have all the levels from 104 to 97 mapped out? Then you're good. Do you know how to read data? Then you're good. And you should be able to be prepared to take a long at 97 if it does go down there. But it doesn't matter if you think it's going to happen or not. It'll never give you an excuse to not be prepared. So even if you don't think it's going to go to 97, you still need to be prepared for 97. Sounds good? That's the way that I would look at it. I never sit there and think it's going to do this or it's going to do that. I'm prepared for both. Kagum says, how do we know if golden pocket is turned into support or resistance? That's an easy one. Does anybody want to take a shot? How do we know if golden pocket is turned into support or resistance? Kagum. If it changes structure. Kagum. So we'll know that it's turned into support once it makes a higher high. Because it maintained that narrative. Make sense? If you want to front run the idea of it breaching the higher high, then you could do what some of these people are saying and take candle closes. But if it really was support, and if it gets turned, if it is support, wouldn't you expect on at least smaller time frame for the momentum and the structure to continue? That support level is now a lower high and you can get a higher high. So that's it, Kagum. A lot of these by the book structure confirmations are going to come from a higher high or a lower low, meaning that the structure is still there. If it's bullish, it's supposed to make a higher low and a higher high, right? If it's bearish, it's the opposite. So the basic strategy says it's going to continue the narrative and the structure. Okay, now there are creative ways to try and front run that. So before it makes a higher high or before it makes a lower low, people might be looking at, this is the second 30-minute candle closes above. Or, this is the second 30-minute candle close below. And that should start to increase or decrease the probabilities. All right, because what you're going to see, Kagum, is a lot of times a failed auction will happen and it won't be able to make a higher high. Right? You know what a failed auction is? Like when it's like this, it'll go out, it'll do this, and then it does this. You know what I'm talking about? A failed auction? It couldn't change structure. So this was not support. When this is support, it'll doink, doink, and then it'll breach. There you go. That is support. So simple enough, right? And isn't it crazy, Kagum, when I explained that to you just now, is that like physics? Or at the end of the day, it's kind of like common sense, isn't it? Was that really that uniquely, extraordinarily difficult to understand? No, right? So you're going to start to notice that a lot of this stuff, no matter how complex or complicated it might seem, once you really wade through all the bullshit, brother, a lot of this stuff will feel like common sense. Can I get a kachoya, Kagum? Anything else you guys want to talk about? You understand what I'm saying, Kagum? I'm not doing anything that difficult, brother. It's just experience and the sample size. And it's going to start to click sooner or later. Pretty cool, right? Kagum, what are you up to this weekend? How many Lion Cubs nerding out a little bit this weekend? How many Lion Cubs nerding out a little bit this weekend? What are you guys nerding out on? Boli says, can't it make a higher high and still be failed auction? Yes, but as you have noticed, most of the time, it's actually a new swing fail. It's not a failed auction per se. So like, you're talking about something like this, right? So theoretically, it's at that point, Bully, it's kind of semantics. Some people will say, well, that's actually a sweep. Or some people will say, well, if you look on the 1 minute, it actually did a failed auction. Yeah, and so some people might not consider this, or they're going to wait for something like this for like an inverse head and shoulders or whatever. Yeah, so it's at that point, it kind of becomes semantics. You know, some people are going to consider it a higher high failed auction, and you can. Some people will call it a new failed auction of the previous one. Some people might say that it's a sweep of the previous high. So there, I'm not going to really nitpick on what it should be called or what it is or what isn't. I think you guys can all kind of individually define what you would want to call that. But yeah, you definitely, theoretically, yes, you can have a failed auction with a higher high, as we have seen before many, many times. But depending on who you talk to, some people might say, yo, Kimba, that's not a failed auction with a higher high. That's actually a sweep of the previous high. And that's okay too. I'm down with that too. All right, Boli. Gucci says, Kimba, what animal would Kimchi Gang be in the animal kingdom? I mean, I want to say Panda, but I don't know if that's right. Polar Hermit says, thanks for the stream. Bit of a personal question, if you don't mind. Of course not. Could you share a story of something positive and something negative that influenced your trading journey? Well, let's start with the negative. Getting liquidated, losing a big chunk of my trading capital, right? So that influenced me to realize that the only way that I'm going to be net profitable is I make sure that I don't take big losses. So that's something negative that influenced my trading journey. Something positive that influenced my trading journey, being able to help other people. Something like that. All right, Polar, great question. Levi, am juicing, I19, Collidine, stop loss and profit. Yeah. If you really do the math, that's really the only way all of us can, any of us can really be net profitable, is to just cut out the probability of the huge losses. Yeah, because like if this is your trading balance, this is manageable. You know, that's manageable. This, oh my God, no way. You know, your trading journey, your trading capital is supposed to look like this. You know, slow and steady. Okay, and then if you zoom into here or zoom into here, yeah, you're gonna, you know, it's gonna look like this. But what you don't want is that's, I mean, I think everybody can be honest. This is, you're not trading at this point. If your trading capital looks like this, you got to be honest. You're not trading. That's not trading. You know? So, Collidine, you good? Am juicing, you good? Kuchoya. All right, 5 more minutes on the hourly. Any last minute questions, ladies and gentlemen? I'm going to be wrapping it up here pretty soon. Lusky says, heading to work. Have a great day at work, Lusky. I'll regroup with you on Monday, brother. Jedi's Kirk, you good? What did S&P just do? S&P getting some nice order flow. Lab M, let's get it. Rooney, what's going on, Rooney? What's going on, Rooney? I saw you last week. I think I remember seeing you last week, but what's going on, Rooney? Let's go. Kagum says, is risking 10% too much? Getting there. Yeah, it's not the end of the world though, but that's not too bad. So this is what I would say, Kagum. A lot of this just comes down to math. All right. I don't know if you are a big gambler, Kagum. I love gambling. I love going to go play baccarat and blackjack and things like that. But Have you ever read like the card counting? Have you seen the book, or excuse me, have you seen the movie or read the book about the MIT card counting team? So to let the statistics and the math actually play out, okay? Do you know the game blackjack, Kagum? And do you know what it is to like count cards? Do you know what that means? But if you're gonna count cards and you're gonna play blackjack, the rule of thumb is you need 1,000 big blinds. Okay? So if you're gonna play $50 a hand of blackjack, you need $50,000 as your bankroll. If you're gonna play $100 a hand on blackjack, you need $100,000 as your bankroll. You need to be able to see 1,000 big blinds for the math to play out. Okay? So if you take, there is a chance that your trade might have a 70% probability of actually playing out. The 30% chance can actually still play out. Okay? So even if you have a 70% chance, you have S&P confluence, you have CVD divergence, you've got open interest indicating that bottom shorters are trapped, you've got hidden bull div, you have all the edge in the world, S&P confluence, blah, 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 blah. It can still not play out. So your job is to make sure that you have the opportunity to let the math play out. So if you're using 10%, all it would take is 10 trades to go bad and you're going to lose everything. Obviously, that would have to be like consecutively, but I don't know if you're dividing up your capital in a way where you're giving yourself enough chance. So you should be thinking about hundreds and thousands of trades coming up, not just trying to win it all in one hand. So, you know, sometimes when I go to Vegas or, you know, wherever with friends, and let's say that their budget for the weekend is $20,000, right? Some people that I know, they'll sit down $20,000 and their first hand $8,000. Do you think that guy has a chance? Now, if you do that, you have a chance to, you know, make a whole bunch of money, but he also has a chance of losing it all, you know, in the first hour we're in Vegas and he can't play anymore, right? So there's always going to be a risk reward. You need to do the math and figure out how many trades you can be wrong and still have enough capital to play. Does that make sense? Hourly just closed. Let's see what that looks like. Joy? Oh. Triple J in the building. Kagum says, gotcha. Yeah, these are all just math equations, believe it or not. How many times do you want to be wrong before you lose everything? So it's really easy to be wrong 10 times in crypto, especially if you're like scalping. So have a plan of attack, you know. Be strategic with how you deploy your capital. It's think of it as like your army. Are you going to just take your entire army and just fucking charge right at them? You know? Or you want to, you know, have a little bit here, have a little bit there. Kachoya! Swap Beezy says, hot dang, it's like 83 Fahrenheit, 28 degrees Celsius in my office. Kachoy! Farmer John, let's go, Farmer John! How we doing, Farmer John? Cytilix, you juicing, Cytilix? Boy, you nasty. Hitman Gucci says, no, first send the scouts, for sure. Right? So Hitman, if you're going to put blind limits in, just a little bit, right? Vidine, let's go. Cytilix, what are you doing for this weekend, my guy? Getting caught up on sleep, nerding out? Any fun weekend plans? I'm gonna be grinding. I have so much shit I gotta do. Holy shit. Vidine says, let's go cut choy. Let's go cut choy, man. Let's get cut choy. Levi says, that was a neck crack. Oh, yeah. You heard it? Farmer Johns has been lurking on YouTube and traveling a lot. Let's get it. Sold, not for sale, says Kimba. Can I ask a question? Do you get to a certain point after being in front of the charts for a long time and you understand that you made it? It seems to me that it is happening to me in this period and it has nothing to do with victories and profits and only understanding the market. Yeah, I don't know if I would articulate it as I made it, but I like the confidence and knowing that I always have a fighting chance. I think that's what it ultimately comes down to, is the confidence that I've got a fighting chance. You know, I think early on, and I think for most people, when you start trading, you almost feel like you're not in control, right? Like, if it's gonna dump, it's gonna dump. If it's gonna pump, it's gonna pump. And like, I just gotta try to get in on the wave, whichever way it's gonna go, right? I think once you start to see enough sample size, you can start to trust what you've seen. Okay? You can trust the 886 to 618, for example. You can trust 7.5 holding. You can trust the 7.5 to 0.5. You can trust a value area high to value area low, or a value area low to value area high rotation. And I think it's that feeling of, okay, I'm not just, flipping a coin here. I actually have a chance to make some money. And sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong. So I think that for me, that's what it is. I don't think I've made it, but for better or for worse, for right or wrong, do you feel like I feel confident about my trades? That's what I think it comes down to. Like, whether it works out or not, every trade that I take, I'm pretty confident because I'm relying on my data. And I understand that this is a game of probabilities. I understand, and I've seen it, where a 70% trade might not play out. I've seen a 30% trade juice me the fuck up. So that's why it's so important that your memory recall is good. Because if you're staring at the charts, brother, you probably have seen everything. It's just that most people that have been trading for at least a year or staring at the charts for at least a year, I would say 60 to 70% of all the different types of outcomes and probabilities that person has seen. But I don't know if that person is going to be able to recall or remember what happened before. That's usually the problem with most people. So, yeah, as long as you can, recall and remember what happened, I think you're going to be just fine. But I think for me, it's just I feel confident about every trade. And the opposite is the same. If I'm not feeling confident about a trade, I'm not going to take it. Sounds good? Fred, let's go, Fred. Kachoya, Fred. Hazy says, there's resistance to recall info. Yeah, and that's part of effort, right? So if you're self-aware and you're self-honest and you realize that maybe your memory recall isn't as good as your competition, then you need to compensate for that. And if you don't want to, then you can lose all your money. Go ahead. But that's part of being competitive, right? Yeah, you got to be willing to outcompete. Yeah, but there's no excuses. Some people clearly are going to be better at memory recall and some people are going to be shitty. But are you going to let that be a barrier to your success, or you're going to do something about it. Because nobody's going to give a fuck. I'm not going to give a fuck if your memory recall is shit. You know? I mean, why is that my problem? So you gotta, that's part of like the competitiveness of how bad do you really want it. Let's get it. Cytilic says, I actually bought myself some ginkgo. Nice. Ginkgo. Dayox says, taking a short value area high now with no bear div and knowing this bad high can be swept at any time. That's okay, but at least you know where your invalidation is, which is that wick, right? Yeah. Kind of looking like a little 3 drivey, huh? Nico, thank you for the resub, Nico. Hitman Gucci says, I take notes every stream day. Haha, half my notebook is full. Let's go, Hitman Gucci. I still remember Hitman Gucci, dude. That image of John Wick fully Gucci'd out is still in my mind. What the fuck, man? Cause then I would just think, hey, Hitman Gucci, somebody needs to make an alt account. Your alt account should be Hitman Balenciaga. Dude, if I saw John Wick and like fully Gucci'd out, I would still be intimidated. If that motherfucker showed up with those red ass boots, you know, some goofy like Balenciaga shit, I'd be like, what are you gonna do? I wouldn't be intimidated at all. Can you imagine a hitman showing up in those goofy ass red boots? Boy, you better get that gun out of my face. Should we generate AI with John Wick wearing those goofy ass red boots? Don't get me started now. Intimidating or not intimidating? Somebody get me a AI generated picture of John Wick wearing that shit. I mean, if you're a hitman and you're rocking that, your thing needs to, like, you can't even use guns. You better be killing motherfuckers, like stomping people to death or kicking people to death. Curvy says, yeah, but how many pencils is he holding? That guy it's mechanical pencils. It's a mechanical pencil. Joy. 20 minutes left on the 30-minute candle. Curvies, anything you want to talk about before I wrap it up here, Curvies? Anything you want to talk about before I dip out, brother? Levels? You guys Gucci? Manaka, happy Friday. Xbit, happy Friday. Chauncey, happy Friday. Curvy says, nah, just patient day for me on Friday. Waiting on Monday, to be honest. Yeah. If you guys remember the last couple weeks, I was taking positions on Friday, not today. Excited for Monday? Me too, Vadine. Haskir says, you think we might get a little bit of a pullback for alts during weekend? Well, I would want you to be a little bit more. I mean, you were here in the morning, so we talked about like ETH, Sol, Tau, Biddy. So yeah, like we identify value area low and levels below. But are we gonna get a little bit of a pullback? I have no fucking clue, man. The easy levels you're thinking about is 100K long. Obviously 100K is gonna get lost. So you're looking at like 98.98 or 98.99. And then like the 106 swing fail. Those are the two easiest plays that you could make, right? That's easy. Anybody can figure that out. So you've got sweeps in between, fibs in between. I mean, this is pixel perfect 8A6. So what would you expect based off of what we've seen together the last couple of years? I mean, it's just pixel fucking right now, Huskier. So if it turns 7.5 and value area high into support, is the probability of getting a pullback increasing or decreasing? If it holds 7.5 and it goes up here and a swing fails that, and then we tuck back below value area high, does the probability of getting a little bit of a pullback increase or decrease? If we have settlement above value area high, does the probability of getting a little bit of a pullback over the weekend increase or decrease? So what I would do if I were you, brother, is just take it level by level. I don't even fucking know if this is going to hold on value area high or not, let alone have a quote unquote little bit of a pullback. Right, Huskier? You've seen this shit with me before. How could, do you know if it's going to pixel fuck 8A do this? Or do you know if it's going to do this? Or do you know if it's going to do this? We don't know yet, but we do know where value area high is. We do know where point of control is. We do know where the golden pocket is. We do know where value area high settlement and value area low is. We do know where the VWAP is. And we certainly know what it looks like to be bullishly or bearishly reacting at those levels. So Huskier, if it has a pullback, let's do it. Did you hear me do the TA on Sol and Tau? So like I told the other guy, our job isn't really to guess if it's going to go to that level. Our job is to just be prepared. You know what I mean? Also, I'm looking if S&P is confluencing and it's closer to the level of 59.50. Yeah, so the order flow is on and off on S&P. Like once in a while, I'll see a big order come in on S&P and I'll be like, whoa, the order flow is crazy. Yeah, and then it'll die off. So I think just waiting for Boogammas on Monday is probably the best. If you remember what S&P looked like earlier in the day, it really hasn't changed. So let's get that juice up there. Looks pretty bing bong ding dong A to B, not too bad. I mean, even the fact that I was struggling to figure out which level to put, and I just said, let's fucking put both of them because I don't know which one it's going to be, and it pretty much went to the middle is kind of funny. If we do Fibception on that level, you know, I couldn't like make up my mind on if we wanted to put 59.05 or 59.10 Boogammas, right? So I put both of them. And how ironic is it that it pixel fucks the golden pocket in Fibception? It pixel fucked 618 at 5906.9. That's crazy. Yeah, so 50. You said you're waiting for 59.55. Nice. Let's get it. Kachoy. I want to take this shit off. What's going on, Mark? I have been here for a couple of hours. I'm getting ready to kind of wrap it up. Yeah, I'm still going to be here, but I'm going to be helping Husty and Cage get ready for bringing PSG over to the stream 24/7. Hitman Gucci says, what size would you recommend for large trade alerts on Bookmap? I think that's individualistic, brother. Are you more of a scalper Or you trying to hit home runs, Hitman Gucci? Try like, I don't know. I've seen people put an alert for as low as 5, and I've seen some people wait until it's more than 100. I think it's kind of up to you. If you're trying to hit home runs, then maybe 50. At least 50. Chauncey says, ooh wee, let's get it. Ooh wee. S&P again with more order flow. Let's go. Let's get this juice. 12 more minutes left, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get nasty on them. Let's go. Ugh. It's a good joy. Let me log into this one. Wow, we really haven't bumped any music today. Sometimes it's nice to just talk, right? And not really have like the music all crazy. Triple J says SPX is crazy, man. I like you, but you're crazy, man. You're crazy. Is that a fucking dart in your neck? Doobie says I'm 95% audio lion nowadays. I like to talk way more. I got you. You got a fucking dart in your neck, man. Wait, what? You got a fucking dart in your neck. Wait, is that good? Yeah. Mandelo says, you're my boy, Blue. You're my boy, Azaz. Yanthro says, you're crazy, man. But yeah, you got to say it with the voice effect. You're crazy, man. I like you, but you're crazy. And then he falls into the pool. You're crazy, man, but I like you. Man, I'm gonna sound like an old head, but they don't make movies like those anymore. Come to think of it, I guess every generation kind of has like the comedian of their time, right? Like, you had generational movements. right? Every generation, I feel like, has like their comedian. But man, that Will Ferrell sort of time period was funny as fuck. Eight minutes left. I think I'm going to reformat my Windows machine this weekend. Looking forward to that. Chris Tucker, Rush Hour, for sure. Yes, sir. Yanthro says you fuck with Shane Gillis. Sure. Yeah. Chappelle Show was peak. Oh yeah. Yeah. Baratinha says, I know Kimba loves Theo Vaughn. For sure. I mean, I think for me, funny motherfuckers or like comedic excellence is a form of intelligence to me, I feel like. And so it naturally intrigues me, you know, the way that somebody might interpret something or say something or explain something. That's what makes it really funny or entertaining, right? And it's always like for lack of a better word, it's like a different point of view, right? So when Theo explains something or says something and it's like a unique way to look at something, that's what makes it funny, right? And so I'm always going to be attracted to comedy because I think it's always just a unique point of view. So yeah, I think people that are funny, I think it's there's great value in understanding like what makes it so funny. Baratinha says my all-time favorite is Chappelle, for sure. Yeah. I mean, you could even go back. I mean, you gotta watch like my boy George Carlin. Yeah, a lot of great comedians out there. Triple J says the monster joke on Joe Rogan was hilarious. I think one of the funniest things I ever heard on the Joe Rogan show was with Bill Burr. Five more minutes on the 30-minute candle close. All right, y'all. We're kind of coming up on like the last 45 minutes for today, but you guys want to talk about any last minute stuff? Stops taken. Let's go Hazy. Let's go Gucci Romo. Let's go Auslander. Let's go Gucci Romo. Let's go Baratinha. Let's go No Diabito. Let's go. Golson says, can you check ETH? Sure, brother. I don't think anything has changed, but yeah, is there something specific you want to talk about, brother? Obviously, VWAP and levels to the downside and levels to the upside are all sort of right there. So actually, you know what? I want to delete these because I want to keep it clean. I will probably start doing altcoin nerd outs next Friday too, which is going to be exciting. But yeah, that's ETH, and it looks very, very similar. Just like Sol, just like Tau, just like Biddy. You've got highs that could be swept. All right. So yeah, I think it'll be all pretty much proportionate. Gomez says, sorry for stupid question. There is no such thing, Gomez. But why BTC don't follow S&P in the last days? So first things first, Gomez, regardless of what asset you're comparing to another asset, they're never going to be one-to-one. Okay, some people are going to say that if gold, if S&P traditional markets are going to go down, gold is going to go up, right? But it doesn't have to be one-to-one. So just because S&P is going up, it doesn't necessarily mean Bitcoin has to go up, and it certainly won't be that it's going to be one-to-one. What you're noticing, Gomez, is low volume. Okay. So I don't know if you've ever heard me explain this, but when there's a whole lot of volume in S&P, when there's a whole lot of volume on Bitcoin, that's the first sign when I'm like, okay, the correlation might be a little bit strong. Okay. I feel like if people are risk on, meaning they're willing to take risk in traditional markets and especially S&P, which is one of the safest investment vehicles out there, then people might take a shot on Bitcoin. If they don't even want to be risk on for the safest things like S&P, then why the fuck would they want to be risk on for the riskiest, shittiest asset called Bitcoin? So what you're noticing, Gomez, is we just had 2 weeks where it was back-to-back FOMC, CPI, lots of volume, open options expirations today. Okay, so it's people are just kind of settling down. A lot of times, Gomez, after like a 2-week or a 3-week period where we had back-to-back GDP, FOMC, CPI, you're going to notice that it's going to calm down a little bit and it will decouple just a little bit because of lack of volume. Gomez says, so we need more volume in S&P 500 to have more trust in the movement, right? Yes, we need more people to put in more money so we can start to trust it. If it's moving on low volume, specifically, this is why I don't really like to trade over the weekend, for example. But if it, pops or dumps and it's low volume, usually it has the chance to retrace the whole thing, right? It's like a fake out. So yeah, it's basically what I just call kind of like market fatigue. So many people were already risking so much during CPI and FOMC. The week after, everybody is fatigued, market fatigue. And it's also Friday today. So, yeah, it's not going to be one-to-one every single day, every single time, but I would still say that it's correlating pretty well. When S&P put in a low, Bitcoin put in a low, right? So I would still say that it's pretty well correlated. It might not be pixel perfect on what you want, but I think it's still correlated pretty well. And by the way, Gomez, you're one hell of a trader already, so your guess is probably just as good as mine. All right, you excited for Monday though? Monday's going to be juice. I have a feeling it's going to be juice, Gomez. So 106 swing fail short, I think is maybe the easy thing potentially. So Gomez says, no, I only lost money. Hey, well, that's okay, but what's your next trade, Gomez? Are you going to take a 106 sweep if it happens over the weekend? Yes or no? And let me give you a hint. The first thing out of your mouth should be if it has. It shouldn't be a yes or no. You should be able to tell me if it has this. because it's all about the data. So the first thing out of your mouth is not a yes or a no. It's if it has this. So are you already anticipating data? Talk to me. It should be something like if we have structure and it's good volume. All right. What about a long? What about a long? Are you going to take a 1024 long over the weekend? What about a 1035 SFP? What if we go down to 1024? What if we go break 100 on Monday? Gomez says, I have to learn. I have much to learn. If I find you earlier, maybe I don't lose so much. I recover a little bit off the money. Okay. Well, let's get it, Gomez. Let's juice. Okay. I don't want you to focus too much on what you lost and how much you have to gain. That's not going to help you at all. So, do you want to talk about what to look for throughout the weekend? Don't get got. Do you want to talk about levels to the upside and downside? The most abstract question that you need to think about is, regardless of if it goes to 106 or 102 or 100, are you going to take a position over the weekend? What would be data like high volume or even bottom shorts coming in or top longs coming in? What would be something that would make you take it even it is the weekend? How do you plan on managing that trade and the risk going into Sunday ETH Open? I have only longs and altcoins and some meme coins. Okay. Gomez. Are there any altcoins that you're looking for longs on? Did you get the TA that we did on Sol and Tau? Can you see that it's pretty close to like Biddy? Ali says Fart coin, best coin. You know what? I might start scalping Fart coin. I think we could juice the fuck up on Fart coin. Hey, the best thing ever was like 6 months ago. Maybe I was in. No, I wasn't in. I don't think I was in San Diego. Maybe it was Texas, but I gave like this 15-minute heartfelt speech, you know, about risk management and being prepared. And the first fucking thing that anybody said was, "Can we do TA on Fartcoin?" And I was like, were you even fucking listening to anything I was saying? So every time somebody mentions Fartcoin, I think about that day. I was like, guys, you know, let's focus in on ones that have big market cap. You know, stop fucking around on shit coins. You're gonna get got. Don't cry to me if you're gonna trade shit coins. Okay, but can you do some TA on Fartcoin? Fuck, man. That man was trying to prepare, though. Facts. I mean, this is what I'm thinking, chat. Should we make another one called Shark Coin? Is there already a Shart Coin? You know, like when you try to fart, but you accidentally shit yourself and you shart? Should we make one called Shark Coin, or did somebody already beat me to it? Somebody already beat me to it, huh? Fucking A, somebody already beat me to it. Bryce says top 1% shatter. Hey, I've only sharded once in my life and it blew my mind. I never thought I could shit myself. Crazy. Zamil says, hey man, hey. This is a no judgment zone, man. This is a no judgment zone, chat. I can already feel some judgmental eyeballs on me right now. XBit1 says, who invest in these? Take a wild guess. Cut joy. Where's my boy Kagum? Where's my boy Kagum? Where's my boy Kagum right now? Kagum, do you understand why we said what we said about confirming levels turning into support? Do you understand? So you get to see it. Martin says, did I just walk into a Planet Fitness? Is Planet Fitness the gym that like orders pizzas for its members and has it at the front desk? Zamil says, bro, I'm gonna buy a bag real quick. What do you mean, like a zip? Pokey Hunter, what's going on? Yanthro, what's going on? Stops Taking, what's going on? Red Pixel, what's going on? Mandalo in the building. Triple J. Pokey Hunter says it's 5 minutes away, don't judge me. I think I've worked out at a Planet Fitness one time. It's not that bad. Zamil says, no, bro, Shark Coin, trust me. Ah. Shark Coin. You guys are the best, man. Any last minute? Should we bump a little bit of music? What do you guys want to do? King Kokak, you good? D4GA, let's go. Mars Biker says bags of magic beans. Let's get it. Kachoya. Martin says it's the Judgment Free Zone gym. Oh, I see. Ayo Gains, let's go. Mad Lettuce, let's go. Mad Lettuce. Mad Lettuce, if you could listen to one song, what would it be? I'm thinking about bumping that Danny Ocean remix. Markets, no. Let me go get another coffee real quick. Reddy says, move. Yeah, Baratinha. Let's go. Yeah, what do you got going on this weekend, Baratinha? What about you, Reddy? What about you, D4? What are you guys doing? Nerding out a little bit? Math and data, that's your favorite one. Miguel likes the Don't Lie to Me. Ooh, that's a classic. I was here all stream. Don't lie to me, Kimba. Cyrus, let's go. Mad Lettuce, let's go. Baratinha says going out tonight and nerding out Saturday and Sunday. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm actually going to take off my 49-inch ultra wide and maybe get rid of it. Yeah, I'm looking around my office right now. I have 10 fucking monitors, all, you know, like I've got 4 on my Mac right now. I've got 2 on the windows, so that's 6. I've got the 42-inch and the 85-inch TV, 2 85 inches on the other wall. So that's 3, including TVs. So that's 4, 6, 9, and then I have the 3 studio displays. So I need to, I'm gonna maybe get rid of some of these monitors and consolidate my setup. Baratinha says, how about you getting some sleep? Nope. Nah, man. But this weekend, I'm going to get caught up on sleep, best believe. I'm really looking forward to sleeping in this weekend. I have a lot of shit I got to do, though. Yeah, NK, you good? Tigran, you good? Bon dia. Kiss. Kiss. I love you.
Love you.
Okay. You want to make me some baby girl coffee?
Yeah. How are you?
Good. I love you. A little bit sleepy, but I already drank a Monster, so. I'll see what is out there. You know what I'm kind of craving? Oatmeal.
Oh, we have.
I know. Yeah,
What?
so I might make some oatmeal, yeah.
And we have brown sugar too.
Okay, okay. I love you. But yeah, maybe some baby girl coffee.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, baby. J Bucks, what's going on? Happy Friday, J Bucks. Crypto Jammy says Kenny Country. Oh, the Sato Kachoi Shibaya. Mo Guy says you need to do office tour. Did you like the setup video from Texas? If so, I'll do one for here. Yeah, have you seen the setup, the Texas one? Zamil says grind never stops. That GTA 3 RS ain't gonna pay itself. That's all. You have a GTA 3 RS? I'm not like super big into Porsches, but I mean there's maybe a. I would probably. What's the one that's like 220K? How much are 911 Turbo S's now? I don't even know. How is it still like around 200 to get like a 911 Turbo S? Damn, it can actually get pretty expensive if you really option it out. J-Buck says in Afghanistan, our weekend is Thursday and Friday, but I work online with a UK company. So yeah, Saturday and Sunday becomes my weekend. Nice. Crypto Jammy, you good? 604, I see you, 604. Vancouver, stand up. GT3 is my favorite car. Nice, nice. Huskier says, if you ever get tired of Warzone, Kimba, come and play Escape from Tarkov. Honestly, Huskier, I think I played. I always have like these moments in my life, but I probably played the last computer game of the year last month. Yeah, because based off of my travel schedule and work schedule, I don't think I'll have any more days to play Warzone. So I probably won't play any computer games for like 8 months, and then I'll like get back into it again. Samurai TV says BMW M8. Ooh, sexy. JV says, I'm so late today, just came back home. Oh, you're not too late, brother. I'm actually going to be dipping out maybe in like 30, 40 minutes. Let me know if you have any questions, JV. Yeah, because we were thinking about if we're going to scalp long, obviously as we get closer and closer to the weekend, the plans are going to, dissolve. But we were thinking about a 102 long. I think some people are maybe scalped a value area high or a point of control. I know some people took a SFP short. Yeah, the easiest would be the 106 short and then 100K long. Obviously, it'll go above 106. Obviously, it'll go lower than 100K. JV says, I have no questions because I didn't rewind yet. Hey, JV, I appreciate you, big dog. There wasn't really too much alpha, to be honest. I think it's bing bong ding dong. If you want to draw a symmetrical triangle, you're more than welcome to. You're gonna try to find as much data that supports your own narrative, and it's gonna go back to what I always talk about. I'm never gonna be able to convince your subconscious. You know what I mean? So if you're a bullish motherfucker, you're talking about, hey, we're breaking out. It's a bullish retest. Let's go, Kimba, Akachaya. And they'll do something like this. Kimba, that was a bullish retest to Kachoya. Some people are going to say that. I mean, nothing wrong with that. Some people are going to be a little bit more like this or like this, and kind of consider this kind of like a fake out. Obviously, we've been watching the failed auction here. So let's see. You got rejected the 7.5 and the golden pocket was where the candle closes. So you're looking at a makings of a failed auction. And then obviously it nuked through golden pocket. So when it nukes through the golden pocket, what's the next thing that you're going to be looking to see as a failed auction develops? The golden pocket being resistance, right? And then Kagum and some other Lion Cubs were asking, how do you know that something like golden pocket turned into support or resistance? Structure change. All right. So yeah, if you want to rewind and get caught up, it's all there. But you know how to play a failed auction. You know how to play fibs. You know what value area high, value area low is. So you should be pretty. Let me know if you have any questions after you get caught up. But you should. I think you're gonna. I don't think you'll have any questions even after you get caught up. Crypto Jammy says, I was walking out. LOL. I'm excellent and super grateful for my life in Jesus, my man. That's awesome, man. Yeah, in Jesus' name, we juice. Ka-chaya! I mean, if you take the letters in Jesus, okay, and you just move shit around a little bit, I mean, come on, man. Come on, man. Aliens. 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 Pyramids. Juice. Okay? There are, if you look at the Babylonian text, okay, if you guys look at the Babylonian text from 300 BC, hey, there's mention, some people think that his original name was Juice. Okay? And that's why, you know, Jewish people are called Jews. All right? But you know, there's a conspiracy theory that they just changed the letters around. They wanted to call him Jesus so that because they don't want everybody to juice up. Cut joy. Hey, Lions, you guys are the best. How we doing? How we doing? Are we cut choy, Chad? Are we cut choy? Pixel perfect math, cut choya! Maybe Band-Aid says, oh my, that head change was exactly what my brain needed. God, I love sativa. Don't make me go light that up. You know what? I was going to wait until the end of the day to light up, but since I haven't let us up for 72 hours, should the first one be with my fellow brothers and sisters? Sal says, if you would be 20 years old again and had no interest in trading whatsoever, how would you make money except for your real job? I don't know, Sauchi. Like, I've been making money since I was really, really little. And I think it's just part of growing up poor, my guy. I've always been thinking about money. I've always been thinking about how I can make money. So I'm down to work. I love working. I like putting in the work to get better at something. And so whatever. I always felt like I have the ability to be successful and rich in any scenario. We could have a zombie apocalypse, a nuclear war apocalypse, and start over. And I think I know I would still be successful in that apocalyptic world. So whatever was, you know, available to do, I would do. Yeah, but do some of you guys feel that way too? Like, regardless of what it is, like even if the world restarted, you would still be rich? Like, you would figure out a way to be successful? So I don't know, even if I didn't have trading, I think I would be, I mean, fuck, like in an alternate reality, I might be a personal trainer, but I would be the best one. I would be the personal trainer that every celebrity wants. I'd be the personal trainer that the movie studios hire when an actor needs to get in shape for a role. I would just pick something that I loved, and I would do everything that I could to be the best at it. So, yeah, I think if you do whatever you love, you're always going to be really good. And if you're really good, there should always be a substantial amount of money following you. So, but yeah, if I was 20 years old again and I had no interest in trading, then I would, in that reality, I would probably be obsessed about something else though, and I would be good at that, and I would try to, you know, outcompete in that. Pokey Hunter says, bro, link the workout videos, blur your face. My workout videos are almost identical to Jeremy Buendia and Andre, I forget his last name. But I used to not really get trained by, but I used to work out with Hani. So, and you know, he's the coach for every single Mr. Olympia. So mainly I focus on fascious tissue stretching. So FST7, Poke Hunter. So obviously it's a little bit different training if you're enhanced, because what I'm really trying to do is I'm trying to engorge the muscle with as much nutrients and blood as possible, right? And that's one of the best ways to trigger protein synthesis, right? And gene expression for like muscle fibers actually getting produced, like lean muscle tissue. So, you know, even like whenever I'm done with a set, I'm always squeezing and flexing that muscle, right? Now, obviously, like if you're not on TRT, you're not enhanced, then you don't need to do shit like that. Yeah, but if you ever wanted to like know how I work out, I go off of FST7. So you could just Google that or YouTube that, I think. Tweaker says, do you have some key points? What's up, baby? Hold on one second, guys. All right, I had to take out the garbage for baby girl. How we doing? All right, let me just load up where we're at here. Let's get to the 5 minutos. Let's get this fib lined up. Pixel perfect. Setting. Let's lower the leverage just a tiny bit because we're not going to be degenerates. Alrighty. Crypto Jammy says my roadside lettuce patch has been cultivated and cured. Hey. Tweaker says, do you have some key points about discipline and getting in the right mindset when it comes to anything? I don't know. I mean, everything that I've picked up on has been from what I learned from, men and women that are better and greater than I am, Tweaker, It depends on what kind of discipline. I mean, there's financial discipline, there's emotional discipline. There's different kinds of disciplines. I think the first thing that you want to do, Tweaker, is pick something specific. Don't overgeneralize what it is that you want to get better at or nerd out about. And then pick like somebody that you look up to. Like some of us, maybe we're more into sports than other people. So it would be better to, have Kobe Bryant tell you what he thinks discipline is. Right? Or maybe you're really big into like history and you like military stuff, and maybe it's better to hear about what discipline means to like a really famous general or somebody that, like what is discipline from like a combat standpoint or like when it's life and death. There's so many different ways, but man, human history is filled with incredible, amazing human beings. And you need to pick somebody that you would trust, somebody that you would listen to, because if you don't admire that person, it's going to just go in one ear and out the other. So pick somebody that you admire, pick somebody that you look up to, and then see how they define discipline or mindset or mentality. There's so many different ways to go about it, and depending on what kind of personality you have, there's going to be different ways that benefit you better. But I think in general, our actions always show what we're really all about, So I think it's like for me, whenever I want to be lazy or not want to do something, I look at it from a competitive standpoint. I'll say, well, I'm sure there's tons of guys that don't want to go work out right now. There's probably tons of people that don't want to do leg day today. There's probably a lot of people that instead of staying up and finishing this, they might go to sleep right now. There might be, most people, they're probably going to give up right here. So do I want to be like just the normal average person, or is it important to me that I can do more than the average person? And then that right there will kind of help me get that second wind, if you will. So for me, it's like a competitive thing, and I look at it from that. Some people don't have that like competitiveness, and there's no right or wrong. And so they might look at it more from like a self-enlightenment perspective, like just self-improvement, like being the best that you can be. So whatever it is that will trigger you to make you care, that's what I think you're looking for. Sounds good, Tweaker? But there's so many amazing books, and if you wanted to nerd out on like behavioral science and psychology, there's really cool stuff out there. Kind of like almost hacking yourself. All right, how we doing? 2 more hours left until U.S. market close. I probably will not stay for the whole time. Is there anything you guys want to talk about? Tweaker says, thank you very much. Appreciate it. G, yeah, definitely nerd out. I mean, Tweaker, are you big into like sports? Or are you more of like a historical type of person? Oh, and I just got baby girl coffee. It's game over.
Baby girl coffee.
Oh, I missed this. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. Yeah, 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 yeah. I love you.
I love.
Calling noob, let's go. Mad lettuce, let's go. Hoot you shit. Cheers, calling noob. Zhao Tao. Love you, man. Let's go, Tweaker. But Tweaker, for you to even be thinking about and wanting to improve your discipline, you're already ahead of 99% of the people. So, yeah. And the other thing too that you're gonna notice when you go down that path of nerding out on discipline is it's a habit. And so sometimes you can learn discipline by doing small little tasks and making sure that you do it every single time. Why do you think it's bullshit, or do you think there's a psychological effective reason why when you go to the military, they harp on making your bed perfect every day? And in fact, if you look into like Special Forces, Navy SEAL selection, it really doesn't matter if it's a US thing or an international thing. The South Korean, even though all of the Special Forces elements militaristically, they have very similar backgrounds and influences from like this, SAS and stuff like that. There's a lot of stuff that you can get out of like military training. Obviously, military training is going to be like the quick, fast, and the most efficient way to try and instill discipline across the majority of the population, right? You get drafted, you got 50 motherfuckers, you need them to be disciplined, that you need them to be focused. What can we do to start implementing those habits, right? So you would be interested. There's been tons of studies on the effectiveness of, things like making your bed in the morning and doing it every day. Tweaker says, I loved military actually back then. Yeah, so brother, you know what I would do? I have loved, there's two generals one is a General McChrystal, and he basically reorganized the Special Forces elements to what it is today. Before, everybody was kind of individual. And so General McChrystal was kind of like the implementer of what we know as JSOC, so Joint Special Operations Command. And he's one of the most badass persons. So learning how he interprets discipline and what he does to stay disciplined, that's amazing. My other favorite leader is Admiral McRaven. Obviously ran SEAL Team 6, ran JSOC when they did the Bin Laden stuff. But his thing is more about like integrity and using what you expect yourself to be able to do as a form of like discipline, like, holding yourself to a higher standard, always bringing the best version of yourself. So Admiral McRaven and General McChrystal, if you're a big military guy, you might enjoy those. And don't forget, there's behavioral psychologists, scientists, sociologists that have spent their entire life studying this shit too. So don't just listen to a random guy on the internet with a giant bong in front of his face. Definitely nerd out. AOE says McChrystal just wrote a book on character. That's dope. That's dope. I'm looking at a picture with me and him, and I have it autographed. Yeah, but he's a G. He's a G. Yeah. If you guys are like military junkies, we could talk about that too. Yeah, really cool stuff. Really cool stuff. Tweaker says, after nearly 3 years, I don't mind your bong. What's going on, Tweaker? But yeah, definitely enjoyed Admiral McRaven and General McChrystal. They have amazing books. Crypto Jammy says, I was a juvenile civilian in a program in San Diego, Miramar Marine Air Station in 1983 for 28 weeks of head-to-toe discipline 24/7. That's dope. That's dope. That's dope. Tweaker says, opened a few tabs. Gonna read it later. Thanks, man. My pleasure. Let me know what you find out on Monday. We'll regroup and talk about what you figured out on Monday. Maybe Band-Aid says, still not a big fan of how Obama treated him in the end. Yeah, but, politicians and military leaders, they're always going to clash. I think it's just normal. But I think that's a healthy balance, At the end of the day, like most politicians, in fact, most decision makers, they've never been on the fucking front line. They don't know what it really is like, So, like, some people may never understand the fact that a sergeant might have more respect than the lieutenant. You're right. How many people served in the military? Shout outs to you guys, man. Thank you for your guys' service. But you know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. Right? Maybe Band-Aid? Man, who gives a shit what the officer is thinking if he's never had combat? Right? So you always should trust experience and the people that actually are there doing it. So, yeah. Kachoy, how we doing? Maybe Band-Aid, you good? JV says, I rewounded as you expected. No questions. I like that Soul narrative with BTC for sure. I need to chase this long because I'm bullish as fuck on Soul, but they shook me out from what I had. And I also sold some spots, so I'm looking to buy more again. JV, I'm right there. JV, I closed all my longs from 95. Fuck. You know? You guys, how many of you guys were there for the 90? By the way, real quick, how many people remember the 95 long? Y'all remember that? Y'all remember the planning? Dude, I'm right there with you, my guy. I closed my 95 long at 130. Like, I think the last TP was like 137. Fuck my life, right? I mean, what am I gonna do, you know? But that being said, like if I closed everything at 137, 138, basically at value area high, right? Right here. So if I can get back in on a 137 long, I'll take it. If I can get in on a 157, I mean, for me on higher time frame, Soul, we're looking at 450, 500. So JV says we chase this together then. I don't know if we're going to chase it, JV, but we're just playing the math, right? So is it really chasing if we're patient enough and waiting for open interest to help us, like bottom shorters? Is it chasing if we're waiting for the top longers to get stopped out? Is it really chasing if we're going to wait for it to come down to the anchor VWAP from the bottom? Is it really chasing if we're going to wait for a hidden bull div? So I know what you mean, but if by chase you mean that we're going to take something that doesn't make sense, we're not going to do that. But yeah, I think I'm ready for it to go back to 157. You rewound it already, so you know all the levels that I'm looking at to the downside between 157, 137, 120, right? So JV says, I don't want to get left behind again. I'm so behind with my goal for a year. That's okay, JV, but don't pressure that. You know how many people fuck up their trade because they force themselves to have like a scheduled amount of profit? So no worries, JV. Yeah, but we're going to wait for data to tell us that there's an actual reason to long, and we'll long that bitch, and we'll continue to put stop loss at break even. Okay. My brother-in-law is getting ready to be like a judge. And I was talking with him over the weekend, and you know what he said that was really profound and what I would kind of relate to trading? He would much rather have somebody that's guilty go free than have somebody that's innocent be found guilty. Does that make sense? I rather miss a trade that I knew I should have taken rather than take a loss. I will fucking sit there and get left behind at the train station a million fucking times. I don't even want one big loss. Okay? So if you pressure yourself and start to like do this, I got to take this, it might actually fuck you. So remember, it's okay to get left behind, okay? Taking a huge loss is completely unacceptable. So, you know, obviously, JV, you and I, we're going to try to chase the long or try to get in it. But let's not forget the fact that if we get left behind, it's okay. But we can't take huge losses. All right? So, yeah, I mean, it sucks. It's not like the ideal scenario, you know, but The math is the math, and the juice is the juice, and the cacho is the cacho. You know what I mean? All right. Anything else you guys want to talk about? Colodine says there's always another trade. 100%. And if you can't truly believe that, you know what it tells me? You just haven't been round tripped enough. And I guess that's awesome that you haven't been round tripped enough to know that. But right, Colodine, sooner or later you're gonna find out, holy fuck, I got round tripped again. So that just means that there's always another trade. All right. Any other questions, you guys? You know you guys are the best, right? You guys, does everybody know that you guys are the best? And even if you don't think you're the best right now, you will not stop until you are the best, which kind of makes you the best. How we doing, Lions? We good? Excuse me. If you're not burping, you're not juicing. You already know what it is. Gogi says, no, you. Hey, trying to get there. I'm trying to get there. Yeah, I'm trying to be the best. Trying to be. God knows. Levi All In says, we are the best of the best of the best. Sir, you guys remember Men in Black, Will Smith? Because we're the best of the best of the best, sir. Yeah. Don't need you guys to be the best, but I need everybody's best. 12 minutes on the 30-minute candle close. We're coming up on 90 minutes and change on U.S. market close. Colodine says, clear eyes, full hearts, can't lose. Yup. That's probably one of my favorite quotes of all time. Clear eyes, right? No tears, no emotions. Full heart, meaning that you're all in, you're dedicated. You can't lose. How could you? No self-pity, no fear. Clear eyes, full hearts, means that you're all in, can't lose. Yeah, I say that shit all the time. You guys are the best, though, for real. Any questions, ladies and gentlemen? I mean, it's still pixel fucking. What do you guys think about all this math, ladies and gentlemen? And then when do we confirm the failed auction, ladies and gentlemen? Doesn't this look? This is exactly what I mean by you see it and you can trust it. Hands up if you're a lion cub and you're really starting to understand this failed auction thing. Triple J says, I took that 618 short. That's fucking beautiful. Let me ask you this, Triple J. What was your invalidation? Right here, am I right? Once this 5-minute structure changes, what are you doing? What are you doing? Are you going to put your stop loss at break even? If this happens, are you going to cry and complain? You're good, right? Isn't this the same shit every single time, my guy? Triple J? And last but not least, what would be something that makes you close the trade before it makes a lower low? What would be something that would make you go, oh, maybe we're not going to go get a lower low? That 886 right there. Even 786, any of these really. So just be patient, see if it makes a lower low. You know what your invalidation is on the trade. And the biggest thing is just trust what you've seen. You know what I mean? So let's get it, my boy. Zamil says it's being annoyingly textbook for sure. But this is why, Zamil, you can trust the math. And when I say shit like math is the math, it makes sense, right? Zamil, is this not math is the math? This is math is the math. Kachoya! Triple J says, we just dancing at VWAP? Yes, sir. Let's go. You want to do like 5-minute? And just like watch this shit? Shoot, I'm going to be wrapping it up here pretty soon, but you know what I'm thinking? Shall I let us up with the boys? Shall I let us up with the gang? Zamil says I'm pixel short on another account. Amazing, Zamil. But you know that I would be proud of you regardless of if you took the short or if you TP'd the whole thing or if you went hedgelong. You know I don't give a shit about that. You know what I love, Zamil, that makes me proud to be in the Lion Gang with you, Zamil? You know to trust the math. It's pixel fucking. You have invalidation and you're managing risk. Right? I can't ask for anything more, my guy. In my opinion, you're perfect. And it has nothing to do with if the long works out or not. You know, it has nothing to do with if the short works out or not. It has nothing to do with if you get round tripped or not. So, yeah, look at that pixel perfect 8A6, man. So anticipate. You know what would be bullish. You know what will be bearish. You got 7 minutes on the 30-minute candle close. All right, everybody Gucci? I got you. Zamil says it's Friday. I usually hang around and take some. Nice. Kaitosh, let's go. All right, any other questions? You guys okay? Seven more minutes left, man. Happy Friday, Lions. Grid Trader says, where are we going with BTC? If you want to just rewind and get caught up, we're basically watching to see if the failed auction confirms or not. Yep. So if you just even rewind like the last 40 minutes, you should be able to. I'm just narrating the 5-minute. And as always, Grid, if you're not burping, you're not juicing. But yeah, I'm excited to see what the CPI is going to be for Europe. Even though earlier I was like making fun of the fact that nobody cares about Europe, but CPI for Europe on Monday. And then Grid Trader, obviously if the failed auction confirms and we tuck back inside a value area high with structure, then you're going to be looking at rotation to value area low. So, all right. Anything else you want to talk about? Kagum, you good, my guy? You good, Kagum? Anything else you want to talk about? Does the European CPI bring some volatility? Usually it's half and half. Sometimes it does nothing. It's crazy. Sometimes it does nothing and sometimes it's pretty impactful. So I don't know. It's like 50-50. But there's been CPIs where I woke up hella early, showed up, and it did nothing, and I was pissed. That's why sometimes we make the joke about how the world doesn't care about Europe. Bro, I've woken up early for China CPI, Euro CPI, and some of them are just complete duds. It does nothing. The market doesn't give two shits. Martin says, okay, I already read that one. Martin, thank you for the resub, by the way, brother. Depends on if the top 3 football teams are playing for not or not. Oh, yeah, that's true. Kagum says, I am juicing. That's awesome. That's awesome. Gomez says, with a possibility the BTC pump in the weekend, Kimba. Yeah, I mean, anything is possible. What I would say, Gomez, is, you know, think about what we talked about on the 106. level, right? And think about what we were breaking down earlier about level to level. So do you have levels to the upside, levels to the downside? And obviously, depending on what the data looks like as it touches those levels, you're going to increase or decrease the probability of being able to go to 106 or a hundo. But if you ask me, hey, is there a chance that we could pump or dump over the weekend? I don't even know why you would ask me, because I have no fucking clue. Martin says, but if the US CPI is off 0.1%, everyone is shitting their pants. Yep. That's yours. You keep it. I'll take this though. But you hold on to that. Maybe there's like coins in there so you can take it out. I love you.
You want more coffee?
No, I'm okay right now. Thank you, baby. Eita. All right, so I want to at least see a fucking lower low here, so like, you know, I can be like, all right, Kagum, there it is, but I can't wait forever. Zamil says, bro, I'm off Pixel by 10 cents. That's a cut choy. Okay, here we go. Let's juice. The math is, as soon as I fucking said that, thank you, market maker. Oh, he said he wants to see a lower low. Bet. Do it, Young Soon. Do it. Young Soon, do it. Matematicas. Easy money, Bugatti money, can't lose, chat. All right, but trust this shit, man. What you think? 2 more minutes on the 30-minute candle close. I love you guys. Shall we let us up together? I need to go clean my bong real quick. Is that cool? Mother's Milk says this is going to chop till Sunday open. You never know. Just be prepared. All right? It's pretty, I don't want to say wrong, but it probably hurts you more than it helps you to already be expecting something going into the weekend. You should have an open mind and just be prepared for a dump and a pump. All right? But how many of y'all been here since the beginning of the stream today? How many of y'all been following along on the narration of the 5-minute? You guys good? And how many of y'all realize that what we saw today, what you see every day, is just a repetition of what has happened in the past? You guys believe in the math? We Gucci Magucci, are we not? What do you think? Happy Friday, you guys. Let me go load up a big Latuche, okay? Oh shit. I have so much bubble wrap here. 18 seconds left on the 30-minute candle close. The math is the math and the juice is the juice. Chaka choy. JV, Bugama Mama. Do I have everybody's blessing for a little Latucci? We're gonna Latucci together and then we'll wrap it up and say our goodbyes. Sounds good? Do I have everybody's blessing for a little Latucci, especially since we're mathin'? The lettuce is the lettuce and the math is the math, chat. I see you, A-Quicks. Hey, if you're somebody that just lurks around or you're a little shy or you don't really chat too much, say something in the chat. Get a cut, chay. Brian says lurker while trading Corolla. Let's go. Morphin. Let's go. Vanya, former Shady. High Style. Wait, former, is that you? Was that 9/11? You changed your name? Somniator. What's going on, man? Daniel 2.0. Corolla. 4-bet algo. The taking profit. Rec runs. Wasabi. Kagam. Arepo. Bus Cree. Brian. Let's go, man. Darkness, Grim, TTV, Keiju, Daffy, Edsbit. Why y'all don't say nothing? Let's go. I love it when I see a name that I haven't seen in chat for like a couple weeks, you know? Laughing Grass, let's go. XCOG, hard work, where you been? Daffy, Le Big, Diligent, Kagum. Yeah, Lions Trade, Psycho, Let's go. Well, happy Friday, Lions. Teeny! Shout out Teeny! Maddie Ice says lurker and lost on your code words. Well, if you hear a word that you don't understand, Maddie Ice, ask me. All right? Don't be shy. And I'll tell you exactly what the fuck we're talking about. And then next time you won't be so lost. Yeah. Is there one specific word that you can remember from today that made you go, what the fuck is he talking about? Josia, Psycho 1986, M Player, let's go. CS Angie, Mandalo, it's my pleasure. Shout outs to you, Mandalo. We got Wasabi in the building. We got Joanne. We got Wads. We got Doobie. We got Gomez, Buzzy. Daffy says, been busy with my few-month-old son. That's awesome. Maddie says, I'm hella shy. I'll start asking questions. There's no reason to, Maddie. We love you, big dog. Is lettuce weed? Lettuce is lettuce. Lettuce is lettuce. Daffy says, I got the stream on background. Pedro, let's go. Maddie, yes. Yes. Exclamation lettuce. Martin, let's get it. Gomez, let's get it. Maddie, yes, it is, brother. Yeah, specifically, I'm more of a sativa enjoyer. I need the most sativa. For me, it's usually the citrusy terpenes. So, yep, a little bit of, lemon this, or, pineapple this, or, yeah, man. Owner says, what about hybrid? No, I think indicas will really knock me on my ass. So, yeah, I'm a big sativa person. All right, any other questions, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, I gotta take this phone call. 1 second. All right. Maddie says, I'm in the Discord, haven't been active. How helpful are some of the members in there? Well, this is what I would say, Maddie. We are one of 500 Discord communities. There's probably millions of Discords, right? But there's only, I believe, 552 that they will, or they might have changed the number. But 2 years ago, when we got the prestigious Discord Partner Award, there was only like 500 something Discords that would qualify. I would hope that everybody is as helpful as they can be, Maddie. Yeah. So definitely head on over there. Ask questions. Don't be shy. But let's go, Maddie. I think now that you broke the ice, no pun intended, I think you're going to be a regular chatter, brother. Maddie, feel free to fucking ask whatever you want, okay? Happy Friday, my boy. Owner Zara, you too? Let's go. Let's go, Owner Zara. Little citrusy, little citrus terpezy. Yeah, I've got a crazy like 38% THC lemon haze ready to go right now. And the Discord is only gonna get better. Yeah, I really haven't put in too much time on the Discord, but I'm gonna be nerding out and really trying to make it Gucci Magucci. Maddie says, I've been a lonely trader for way too long. For sure. The good news is you're not alone now, Maddie. Half of the people in there is going to be bullish. Half the people in there is going to be bearish. All right. Even if you don't agree with somebody, isn't it still a net positive to know that, to like know what the other side or how the other side might be thinking? So, you know, there's always going to be a diverse group of lions, Maddie. So don't get like caught up into, oh, he doesn't agree with me or this person, you know, is disagreeing with me. None of that matters. But there's always going to be half of, you know, the people are going to be bullish and half the people are going to be bearish. So, yeah. But welcome, Maddie. Grid Trader says, I started trading a week ago. Let's go, Grid. Yeah. Former says, I don't get to chat as much as I run a small electrical firm and my new engineers are greener than your lettuce. Choy. So I get distracted a lot, but you're always in the background. Hey, shout outs to you, Shades. Love you, big dog. Brian, you good? Brian says, appreciate you making me feel better about my vice today. Well, because the way that I would look at it, Brian, is you don't got a vice? Your life is that good? Then that itself is already fucked up, you know? Like if you've got a hard life, if it's a challenging life, you know, and you got a little bit of a vice going on, I think that's normal. It's the guy that says, I don't have a single fucking vice. Oh, it's something fucked up. Right, Brian? If somebody ever tells me that they don't have a vice, they do have a vice. It's just something fucked up. So, yeah, it's not necessarily like trying to make you feel better about it or excusing it. You know, like I said, everybody has to be self-honest and self-aware, and everybody's responsibility is to make sure if it's a net positive or a net negative, you know? But yeah, let's get it, Brian. I would much rather have somebody tell me what their vice is than to tell me that they have no vices at all, because that makes me a little bit suspicious. Maddie says, do you have any material on risk management? I don't have anything official, Maddie. What I've kind of noticed is the most fundamental part of risk management is to make sure that you don't have big losses. And so sometimes that means putting your stop loss at break even. There's generalizable, like by the book strategy, for example. You should never let a winning trade or a green trade turn red, right? That's just risk management. You know, obviously that depends on the time frame and how you're planning. So if you have more limits, you know, that you're waiting for, naturally, while you're getting filled, you might be in the red. So I'm not talking about immediately closing a green trade, you know. On a higher sort of thesis level, Maddie, never ever let yourself take a big loss. You have to protect what you already have. So that's, I think, the most important thing. And then that is going to have like derivative ideas and strategies to help you carry that thesis. Yeah, but in general, Maddie, what's going to happen is through experience and sample size, you're going to start to be able to use levels and use fibs and use VWAP and shave here and there. Like I'll give you an example, Maddie. Let me do this. So let's say that we're going to take a short here. Okay, so the price goes, we get filled on the short, okay, and it's heading down, okay? The generic advice is put your stop loss right here, or keep boxing your profits like this, because if it does this, then you can't lose. If you have your entry right here and your stop loss is right here, you can't lose if you're wrong. Does that make sense? Now, some people are going to be like, okay, Kimba said put my stop loss right here. Kimba, did you get stopped out? Kimba, did you get stopped out? Well, no, because I shaved a little bit. Let's say that I had a 10 Bitcoin short. I shaved 3 right here on the anchored VWAP. Okay, and so since I shaved here, instead of putting my stop loss in front of my entry, now I can put it here. And since I shaved here, that loss is negated. So even though my stop loss is technically on a higher high, it's still stop loss break even. So you start with the idea of, okay, I'm never gonna lose money on a winning trade. Stop loss break even, stop loss break even. And you're gonna have this happen all the time. And then eventually you can go, well, you know what? Let me shave a little bit here so I have realized profits. I'm gonna put my stop loss here and I'm still at break even. So that's what I mean by you start with these high level theses, and then through experience, sample size, and time, you're gonna be able to start to have like your own custom hybridized method. But the concept is stop loss, break even, never lose. Make sense? So you start with these big ideas, you build good habits, and then you slowly start to adapt and improve and evolve. All right, y'all. Hopefully we can get this lower low in like the next fucking 5 minutes. I tried to kick it with you guys as long as I could. I got to start wrapping it up. All right. I tried to kick it here as long as I could so we could see that lower low together. Come on, market maker. Do your thing, ho. But I'm going to go reload the bong. We're going to hit that Lituche, and then we're going to say our goodbyes. Is that cool? Everybody good to go? Martin says shaving is very important, both in trading and other endeavors. No doubt, no doubt, no doubt. Yeah. Math is math. Well, if you had an amazing day today, spam the Kimba Lituche. If I have your blessing for the first Lituche in the last 72 hours for me, spam the Kimba Lituche. If you feel like today it was a great display of math and it's another data point that you can put into your belt, let me get that Kimba Lituche. But longers, I'm rooting for you. Shorters, I'm rooting for you. Bulls, bears, we're all lions. Lock the fuck in, math it up, and let's juice. Are we Gucci? Happy Friday, y'all. Banshee, thank you for the 5 gifted. You didn't have to do that, Banshee. I love you, Banshee. Banshee, any questions before I light it up? You good? Everybody Gucci? Fib math is lower low. Yeah, I mean, it takes time, right? But the math is the math. So slowly but surely, right? Yeah, and like, look, even stuff like this. Let's say, for example, you just wanted to zoom in on right here. Let's just zoom in on this, for example, right? So let's take this off. Let's go to 1 minute and look at this. So from here to this high, what did it do? 7.5. From this high to this low, what did it do? It pixel fucked 7.5. And last but not least, if you can do it on the 5 minute, 30 minute, you should be able to do it on the 1 minute. What has to turn into resistance for bears? What has to turn into support for bulls? So instead of like thinking that it's bullish or thinking that it's bearish, just let the fucking candles tell you what you're supposed to do. So pretty cool, right? Easy money. Gomez says, when do you think you'll have the tutorial finished? Probably next month, Gomez. I'm thinking June 10th. Boyd, thank you for the resub. Banshee gifted a sub to Infinite Wealth. Banshee, you said, I need to nerd more about SFPs. Awesome. So swing failure pattern. You could definitely Google that, YouTube it. There's thousands of videos out there already. Yup. Kaitoshi says S&P keeps it up. Yes, but remember, it's Friday. You're going into power hour and it's declining volume. All right, and look at Bugama's. How funny would it be if it taps 59.55 and it rejects? How funny would it be if it turns 59.55 into support? Be ready for anything, chat. Ka-chaya! All right, let me go clean the bong, reload it, and then we'll hit it and we'll wrap it up. Sounds good? And we're gonna listen to some let's listen to some Danny Ocean.
Para todos los traders que han sido engañados por el mercado, esta canción es para ti. Dime cómo le explico a mi cuenta que el mercado me hizo a mí.
Let's go!
Dime cómo haré para soltar esta carga, please.
Vibe with me,
Esta
chat!
locura que siento de la
Hey,
vela,
even if you
con
don't
esta
really like
química que rompe
music,
mi cartera.
and you prefer the
Y ya no
stream to
puedo,
just
bro,
be
ya no
me
puedo,
talking,
bro. Hermano,
you
discúlpame
can't
si
help
te
but vibe
fallé,
to this
no
chat.
quise hacer.
Let's go!
Sé que en el trading cuando es real
It's
se
Friday,
vuelve.
man!
Pero cómo olvidarse esto y cómo olvidarte echar. Ya no puedo, bro, ya no puedo, bro. Márquez, no. Me rehúso a darte un último trade, así que guárdalo. Para que la próxima vez lo hagamos con Edge. Haciéndolo así, así, así. Colectando mis tipis, baby. Sin mirar atrás, sin buscar a nadie más, solo quiero estar en profit, wow. Si no tengo edge conmigo, yo no quiero entrar en FOMO porque tú eres mi camino, wow. Y yo solo quiero estar junto a ti, mercado, por favor, entiéndelo. Solo dame tu señal y confía en mí. Si te pierdes, solo sigue mi plan. Y dale tiempo, markets al tiempo. Que tú, que yo estamos hechos para estar los dos. Y dale tiempo, markets al tiempo. Que tú y yo estamos hechos para estar los dos. Marques no, me rehuso a darte un último trade, así que guárdalo. Para que la próxima vez lo hagamos con Edge. Haciéndolo así, así, así. Colectando mis tipis, baby. No más emociones, solo lógica. No más impulso, solo estrategia. KIMBA Gang no se rinde. Seguimos fuertes, seguimos firmes. Marques no, me rehuso a darte un último trade, así que guárdalo. Para que la próxima vez lo hagamos con Edge. Haciéndolo así, así, así. Así como te gusta, baby.
All right, y'all. All right. This is gonna be the first Latuche in the last 72 hours, chat. Let's get it. How we doing? You know I love you guys, right? Hey, I'm super blessed. I gotta be the luckiest fucking streamer in the world, to be honest. Have you guys checked out other like crypto stream chats and whatnot? I mean, is it even a debate? I mean, we've got the best community, hands down. The math is the math, chat. Y'all better quit playing with me. Out of Pocket says, what others? I don't know. I mean, I think CK's a really, really good trader to watch. I'm just kidding. No, shout out CK. Sato. Crypto Face. Mule Skinner. Shout out Mule Skinner. Coin for coins. Hey, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Coin for coin. Hey, the math is the math and the jokes is quit playing with me, chat. Quit playing with me. Let's get it. All right, we got the lower low. We're gonna light up the Latuche. Everybody's stop loss is in profit now. Everybody's stop loss is in profit now. Can't lose. Right, Burke? All righty. Schwiggity, schwaggity, schwaggity, schwiggity. There it is, chat. That's how easy it is. The math is the math. Let's get it. Captain Gary in the building. Bulldog in the building. Martin says, I didn't enter this one, waiting for ETH instead, but is being stubborn. It's all good. Math is the math. Yeah, but you were here all day, Martin. So if you ever, like I say, I never care if you took the long or short. No one gives a fuck. But this is juice, though. Right? Like you got to see how a failed auction can look like. What, you know, golden pocket getting turned into resistance looks like. Structure change. So, and things might take time. And as we always say, there's another trade. So if you get round tripped on this, who gives a fuck? You know, but just constantly doing this. Math is the math. Levels are the levels. Preparation, anticipation. Yeah. Bulldog, 37 months. Let's get it, Bulldog. Bugatti. All right, let's go. Cheers, everybody. Let us up. Oh, God. Oh, God. Why? This reminds me of reading Rainbow DMX Remix. Ah! Kachaya! Math! 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 Juice! 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 Math.
Juice in the air, vibes don't lie.
Let's go.
Don't feel good, math don't lie. Catch joy in the rhythm fly. We just move, we don't reply. Easy money, I don't chase. Just a line, I know my place. Try to clean, no disgrace. Edge around, all in my space.
Rotate on these hoes.
Piece on deck. Mapping, talking, I don't guess. He was sending, I just stretch. Then I enter, then I blend. No bad vibes when juice on high. But don't fall,
We do this shit every day, chat.
Catch joy on them by my side.
Keep it
All
gang,
this
let's
edge,
go.
I testified around me.
Juice!
Profits growing proudly.
Kachaya!
Juice in every entry.
Let's go, Lions. It's Friday.
Kimba built this loudly.
Hey, we built this shit loudly.
Let us in
Let's go.
rotation. At the foundation.
Juice.
Don't with no frustration.
Levels.
Catch your elevation.
Let's get it.
Kimba Gang Nation. Kimba Gang Nation.
How we doing?
guilt, I sip my tea. Zone come back, that's victory. We don't stress, we let it
maybe
be.
Band-Aid, you
'Cause
good?
profits land naturally. Juice in pocket, I don't
How we
show.
doing?
Bugatti dreams, we let them grow. Kimba gang, that's all I know. Easy money on the low. Around me,
Kimba gang, let's go.
profits growing proudly.
Yeah, yeah.
Juice in every entry.
It's Friday, y'all.
Kimba built this loudly.
Love you guys, Lions.
Let us in rotation, met the foundation. Zone with no frustration. Catch your elevation. Kimba gang nation.
Juice.
Kimba gang nation.
I always have an amazing fucking time with you guys. It's actually kind of not fair, to be honest, because I have so much fun streaming that even if I get round tripped, like how many times have you guys seen me get round tripped? Of course, I'm human. Once in a while, I will freak out or I might lose a little bit of composure. But for the most part, like I don't really get like butt hurt. You know what I mean? I get round tripped so many fucking times, like it doesn't really bug me. And I can genuinely enjoy when other people juice, you know? And yeah, like I have such a fun time hanging out with you guys that it's kind of like, it feels like cheating, because even if my trade isn't really going that well, I can't get emotionally compromised because I'm just having such a great time with you guys. So it's kind of dope. Dan Green says 72 hours without lettuce. I'm not trying to get lettuce in an Asian country, my guy. Yep. Otto Takuma, what's going on? No Diabito. Aetherna, you good? Steve Soul, you good? Jupy, let's get it. Triple J says juice. Triple J, you get into that level, brother, where the confidence that you build is the real juice. Cause the money, that shit, hey, we gonna do that shit every day regardless. But like doing the right thing, trusting the math, trusting what you've seen before, understanding probabilities, right? Not emotionally pussyfooting. Like think about how many people, they have pixel perfect short, but like they get stopped out right there or something. Why? That's not math. You're supposed to put your stop loss at break even when you make structure, right? So it's like, do you believe or not? Do you know or not? You just guessing? You know? So, yeah, man. Lab M says, let's go, value area low. Well, no, no. See, I don't do that. You better lose value area high and settlement before talking about value area low. Your goofy ass is gonna fuck us up. It's gonna bounce off of value area high. Don't do that. Not yet. Remember, full rotate only is on the table if value area high is lost. So, like, would it be fair to say that if you're a lion cub or if you need to if you need to shave a little bit, wouldn't that be TP1 for like 5%? Don't fuck me up, man. Fibmath says nuke the Pumpito. Okay, see, I thought we had a good shot until y'all got bearish down here. Hey, don't jinx me. God, joy. Latisse says officially round trip today, but we still ball in. First off, Latisse, you should be extremely proud of your mentality. You know that, Latisse? You were in a long, is that what it was? Like a value area high long, probably? Brother, I would assume this is pixel. So even if you do get round tripped, make sure you're prepared. The 7.5 is pixel perfect value area high with VWAP. So yeah, you don't just be sitting there talking about I got round tripped. You might have another one, Latisse. You never know. But in general, brother, I love surrounding myself with people that have the right mindset. You clearly do, Latisse. So no big deal, brother. Yeah, but always be thinking about another trade, the next one. Gomez says, sorry to ask, Kimba, do you believe in God? Yeah, but I mean, it's not like, it might not be your God. But yeah, I think I believe in God for sure. Yeah. What I do think is important is faith. So even if it's not a religious faith, like I have faith that if I work as hard as I can, I will be rewarded at some point. And you'll never convince me otherwise of that. You know, well, what if you get unlucky? No, fuck that. I have faith that if I give it my all and if I work as hard as I can, I will eventually be rewarded for that. You know, so I might not necessarily believe in like a traditional heaven and hell, but I have faith in certain things that are, that you'll never break me on. And yeah, I do believe in God. But it's not like, it might not be your God, or it might not be like the traditional God that you're thinking. Okay. Martin, you good? Triple J says 2 shorts now, let's do it. Yep, brother, I'll say it again too. Like, I don't care if you're long or short. I never have and I never will. Why? Well, why would I? So... yeah, let's get it. Coke Zero, you good? Latisse, you good? Steve Soul, you good? Dickhead1312 says, I'm sure Kimba he is still on long, but it's okay. Yeah, my longs from 70 and 76 and 82. Yeah. Do you want to see the short? Let me show you the MEXC. I think in total I have 75. I think on MEXC is 17.85 or 20. It depends on how many I got filled. But here's MEXC if you want to see it. It's literally what we talked about. Window capture. How do I turn this source off? Like this? There you go. Like, if you ever want to see my trades, just let me know. But I'm literally doing everything that I say I would. All right? Yeah, it really just comes down to like that way that you ask, because for me, I never have to like gatekeep the knowledge. What I rather do instead of make it, you know, like the reason why like I don't think you should put a paywall around this is because organically people are all going to figure it out. So, you know, I rather troll a troll and have that person think that my shit is testnet and not actually learn and get better. And that person can always stay a zebra or a gazelle that I can hunt and profit off of. So naturally and organically, the people that deserve it will filter themselves in, and the people that don't deserve it will filter themselves out. So if you're ever doubtful, like all you got to do is just ask, you know, but I have 17.8, I think it was 17.5. What was it on MEXC? 17.85. I have 15 on BLOFIN. The entries are almost pretty much identical. Okay. I have 12.85 on TapBit, and I have 30.5 on Kraken. I have 6.85 on KCEX. The entries are almost identical. Okay? Yeah, but anytime that you're doubtful or you want to see a position, just ask and don't be a dickhead about it. You know, because if I feel like, I actually want you to be a gazelle so I can feast off of you, I'll fuck with you right back. Yeah. But to be honest, like, I've done this trade so many times, and I literally, for the last 2.5 years, do everything that I have planned for. So it blows my mind more if you thought I didn't take that short. Does that make sense? There's a reason why 60 to 80% of the people that have been watching me for longer than 6 months, they can almost to the pixel predict my entry size and entry price. R2D2 says, you said you had 15 on MEXC, but 15 what? No, I think I had 17.85 Bitcoin. I think my short is like 75 across all of them. What did I have on? The fuck are you guys looking at? There you go. I have 17.85 on MEXC, not 15. I think I have 15 on BLOFIN. Some of them I got fulfilled, some of them I didn't get fulfilled. You know, obviously different exchanges. Some of them went to 6.6, some of them went to 6.18, some of them went to 7.5. So the MEXC one, I got filled after Kraken. That's why I took the 7.5 retest. All right, Maddie says, holy crap, massive. No, bro. No. I'll wait until I do a 500 Bitcoin long. Quit playing with me. Welcome, Lion Cubs. Let's get it. It's gotta be testnet. It's gotta be testnet. It's testnet anyways, Maddie. It's all fake.
Useless Lines Records.
Let's go! All right, I gotta wrap it up here pretty soon. Math and data. Juice is juice. Kachoya is kachoya. Any questions?
Plenty zones. But this edge feeling right. Oh, give me math control. Slow tap through the night. Oh, let me see, let me know.
I mean, if you really been watching me,
are you waiting for time?
you know I'm gonna be juicy with it.
You can read my chart. That I play is smart. I don't believe hype lines.
Hey,
but the math is so
I need
right.
everybody to spam Bugama Mama.
These are the moves I
Useless Line Records. Let's go.
Cause you know, baby, it's spent data.
Data.
Math and data.
Math.
Can't outtrade it. Can't outrate it. No, let us burn in my soul in that. I'm deep in the zone. That's facts. It's math and data.
Let's go.
Math and data.
Can't lose.
Spent data.
Juice.
Math and data.
Math.
Can't outtrade it.
You can't outtrade it. Let's go.
Let us burn in my soul in that. I'm deep in the zone. That's facts. It's math and data. Math and data. It's that.
Let's go. Stop the music for a second. Bugama Mama, yes, those levels are amazing. Yes, but if my dumbass can do it, you can do it too. Remember. In fact, that's what I expect. Yeah? Grid Trader says, thank you for the knowledge you're giving. I don't think I'm giving knowledge, brother. I'm just here to watch it with you. You know what's really giving you the knowledge? The price action. Everything that I talk about, all the probability bullshit that I keep talking about, it's based off of what I've seen with you guys on stream for the last 3 years. So if you've been watching the stream for the last 3 years, technically you should know everything that I know because we all saw it together. The difference might be I can remember it and you can't. But I just try to make this shit easy, man. I understand that I'm retail. I have no fucking clue what's gonna happen, but I do a pretty good job of identifying levels. I do a pretty good job of reading the data to see if I have a reason to long or short. I understand that even if I have everything looking Gucci for me, it can still go the wrong way, so I protect and manage risk. And it's just a repetition of that over and over and over again, thousands of times. If you have a net positive strategy, if you have a strategy that's gonna let you win 60% of the time, just keep doing that shit over and over. Do it 1,000,000 times. You know, that means that you're gonna have 600,000 winning trades. So it's been a week in watching the chart and I see that I'm starting to understand. Brother, you haven't learned shit. But you know what's really valuable is what you just said, that you feel like you're starting to understand. So brother, grid trader, I can't wait to see what kind of questions you're asking in 2 months, in 3 months. And I'm sure all the other lions here are gonna be excited to see how you progress over the next couple weeks. But if you've been in here for a week, I say this as a good thing. You don't know shit. So if you feel like you're starting to put together edge, imagine how much fucking better and more powerful you're gonna be in 2 months, brother. You feel me? Exclamation, welcome to Grid Trader. Let's go. R2D2 says, are you using some sort of API to enter? Sometimes, most likely not, R2D2. I'm just manually entering. Yep. Yep, any other questions? You guys okay? Happy Friday. All right, bring the music back. Let's go. All right, let's finish out the day with a little dance off. Let's go. Oh, the overlay doesn't exist for the exclamation welcome. Oh, does exclamation lettuce not even work? All right, I want to see good footwork right here. Here we go. Juice. Yeah. Math and data. Pick so perfect. Let's go. Ka-choy. Pixel. Let's get it! Ka-choya! Bugama Mama, Ricky, let's go. 60, let's go. No Diabito, Buscree, Zamil, EK206, Zao Tao, Glitch, Tequila, Martin in the building. Ayo, iStack, MJ, taking profit. Ayo, Games. Let's get it. It's power hour. 45 minutes until U.S. market close. Lions, I love you guys, man. Everybody Gucci, happy Friday. Make sure you guys get good rest this weekend. Takuma, Brigix, Kanagawa, Swabizi, Akix, Pedro, Pimente, Athnagunka. Love you guys, Lions. Let's go. LIQUANIA, let's go.
Are you waiting for time? Oh, we don't chase, we align.
Let's get
You
it.
can read my charts. That I
Charts.
play it smart.
Gotta play it
I
smart.
don't believe hype lines, but the math been so right though.
The math has been so right.
These are the moves I love. Cause you know, baby,
Get your- Haskier says, Kimba, I really love that you've been trying to get out like 2 hours ago. Well, shout out, baby girl.
I'm deep in the zone, that's facts, it's nothing there.
Yes, but I am wrapping it up right now, though. Yeah, any last minute questions, Hasky? Happy Friday, Lions. I hope everybody juice. All right, I see you guys juice in chat. Bulls, Bears, we're all Lions. Let's get it. Yaryon says, since price action can vary... Hold on one second, Yaryon. Let me let the song finish so I don't have to compete with the song. Let's go, Auto Takuma. Let's get it, let's get it. Let's get it, let's get it. Yaryon, what's going on, Yaryon? Since, what was your question? Since price action can vary from platform to platform, how do you manage to take pixel perfect entries? Well, you're pulling fibs on every single exchange, first off. Do you have a separate charting method? No, I am pulling the fib. So on BLOFIN, if you did the swing high, swing low from here, it's different than the Coinbase price. Am I right? You have to do it for every single exchange. And sometimes I'm late. Like, think about it. My MEXC, I got filled at the 7.5. Right? So sometimes I have to, I'm a little bit late, but I'm basically, all you have to do is just reproduce the TA on that exchange. If you're longing an anchor VWAP, then you need to pull an anchor VWAP on that exchange. Does that help, Yaryond? Husky, you good? We all Gucci? Shaved my long on 104 and now shorting this. Nice, Husky. Mark, you good? Curvy, sliced bread. Hans Gruber in the building. Martin says, I had a question, but I think the chart has given me the answer. Okay. That's awesome. Good stuff. Well, there's still 42 minutes of US market, so could get nasty. Obviously, we already talked about this. And here is the moment of truth at value area high. Lab M says I'm juicing from 104,400. That's awesome. Look, longers, shorters, we're all lions. Easy money, Bugatti money, am I right? R2D2 says, why so many of you guys have 33 or 44 for leverage? Oh, it doesn't matter. I mean, what I do is I will get filled between 7 and 10. And then once I get filled, I ramp it up so there's more capital available for other. Right? In the very beginning, R2D2, if you could see, I'm only getting filled at maybe 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 maybe. But then I'll ramp it up after getting filled, and so there's more capital left over and I can do other shit with it. Once you get filled, it shouldn't matter if your stop loss is in profit, whether it's a 7x or a 100x. Make sense? So theoretically, everybody that is doing that, I would hope to God it was after they got filled, not while they were getting filled. But we're just allocating capital to something else. It doesn't matter if it's stop loss and profit. You put that bitch on 500x for all I care. Well, don't do more than 100x because that's how you fuck up your shit. But put that shit on 90x and it wouldn't matter. Aren't the fees higher? Would it be higher? If your position is 15 Bitcoin on 5x or 100x, you tell me. What are the fees based off? Isn't it off of your position size? You tell me. And if you don't know, or if you don't believe me on something, you should see it for yourself. Right, Sauchi? So the fees are off of your position size. I don't know what kind of exchange. Maybe it's a little bit different for whatever exchange you might be using, but the fee is 0.04% of the position size. It should not technically matter if it's 5x or 100x. The position size is the position size. All right.
Useless Lines Records.
I said whole lot of damn juice.
Quit playing.
Kajuya! Kimba gang. Woo, woo, woo. Kimba gang.
Turn it up, Jet!
PSG gang.
PSG!
Woo, woo, woo.
Turn it up!
Kimba gang. Who juicing gang? PSG gang.
Hey, Jason!
Data, math, levels, charts, lettuce, and a whole lot of juice. Data, math, levels, charts, lettuce, and a whole lot of juice. I said whole lot of damn juice.
Quit playing with me.
Kimba gang. Woo, woo, woo. Kimba gang. Who juicing gang? PSG gang.
missed you guys. You guys excited? I'm excited for Monday. Juice.
Kimba gang. I said whole lot of damn juice. Quit playing. I said whole lot of damn juice. Quit playing with me. Quit playing. I said whole lot of damn juice. Quit playing. I said whole lot of damn juice.
Let's go.
Whole lot of damn juice. Quit playing with me.
Whole lot of damn juice, ladies and gentlemen. Refu, thank you for the resub, Refu. Grid Trader is asking, what does this mean, this red line? You mean settlement? So settlement, first things first, this chart that we're looking at is the CME chart. Do you know what that is? CME, Chicago Mercantile Exchange. This is where all the institutional money bets on Bitcoin. I'm using that kind of as like a loose description, okay? But this is real money, okay? The only volume levels that I trust is this bitch, okay? Settlement, and in traditional finance, I don't want to, basically you could just call it the previous day close. Okay, is settled, that's where the price was settled. Meaning if you have like options contracts, like that's the price that we said, hey, above here, you're juicing, below here, you're fucked. And traditional markets, obviously they close when the markets close, right? So that's what settlement is. Tesla is gonna have a settlement, Amazon has a settlement, Microsoft has a settlement, so does Bitcoin when it's CME. So it's another level of interest where, do you understand the concept of like a bullish or a bearish retest of the daily open? Why the price might go back to the open to stop everybody out, reset, and then get back in? Do you understand the difference between RTH, regular trading hours, and ETH, electronic trading hours? Do you understand that more volume is trustworthy, less volume is less trustworthy, which means electronic trading hours, overnight trading, it's not as reliable. So if it makes a high or a low during ETH, chances are when markets open back up, it's gonna sweep and clean and reset and then go. If anything that I said was confusing, I want you to pick one thing that I said that didn't make sense or you don't know what I'm talking about and just nerd out on that over this weekend, and then we can get caught up on Monday if you have any questions. But basically, settlement is a level of interest where you could potentially entertain a trade. Okay? And you could just consider it like a daily close, brother. Sounds good? I'm a little bit let us up, so I don't know if this is making sense. Is this shit making sense? Watch me open OBS and like it crashed and like I'm not even streaming right now. Refu says, I made my worst trade this week. That's why you should never trade when you are focusing on 10 things at the same time. I think that's life in general, Refu. You know, but that's okay. You did your best, right? Like you tried to make it work, right? But man, like I'm just thinking from a competitive standpoint, like this is war. You need all hands on deck. You can't half-ass the mental and the focus required to juice. So, you know, at least, you know, you tried, Refu, you tried to make it work. You tried to do 10 things at the same time, but yeah, I think it is better to really make sure that you can give it everything that it would need. Yeah, but that's okay, Refu. Yeah, Refu, like you're actually such a good trader, bro, that even when you say shit like I made my worst trade, what, you lost 10%? You lost 8% of your trading capital? So, but no worries. Close? Yeah, I knew it. Yeah, so at least in your reality, brother, you know, like your worst trade is when you lose, you know, 6, 7, 8% of your trading capital. So no worries, no worries, no worries, man. Ninja, you good? Ninja says, I really love you, Kimba. I love you too, Ninja. Just putting pieces together so I'll be confident to juice fully. Nice. Like, have you been here since the morning? Haven't lost in a week and I love the discipline. Awesome, Ninja. I'm somewhere between wanting the best trade or not at all. Beautiful. Meaning I notice, save trades, but pussyfoot them. That's okay. Yeah. That's beautiful. Grid Trader says my English is not that good for response with technical word, LOL. But yeah, thank you, brother. Your English is fucking great. Yeah. R2D2 says, you expect to close your short at what price? Okay, that's a great question, R2D2. What am I expecting for my short to happen? Tell me. What do I always say? R2D2, nobody else say anything. R2D2, what is the highest probable outcome of any fucking trade? R2D2. What's the highest probable outcome of any fucking trade that we could take, R2D2? There you go. So if you're gonna ask me what my expectation is, then I'm gonna get closed at entry. This is gonna get a round trip. And I'll get stopped out for tiny profit. If your question is literally where do you expect to close? Now maybe you meant where do I want this bitch to close? R2D2. Well, I would love value area high to be lost. I would love to rotate all the way down to value area low. Obviously, you have been around long enough to know the power of VWAP. Yes? So, I mean, you're thinking value area high, VWAP, value area low, and then were you here on like Tuesday or Monday when we drew that box? And do you understand the narrative of the 100K being broken and people getting bearish and then getting bottom shorts trapped and then springing? Do you understand like hidden CVD bull div from this point to this point? So if you've been able to follow along since Monday, then the levels are value area high. Maybe we could sprinkle in settlement, but why would I not include settlement at this point? It's fucking Friday and it's 30 minutes until settlement close. So you could definitely pay respect to settlement, but I don't think it's going to be that valuable. Obviously I understand how valuable VWAP is. So that bitch is right there. And then you got a full rotate play at value area low. And then obviously if you lose value area low, then the 100K is going to get broken. You taking off, baby? Alrighty. Where did I leave off? Fuck. Anyway, oh, R2D2. And then where would maybe be the next place that I would think about taking a short? R2D2, that 106, that 107, any of those SFPs really, right? Refu says, it's just that I was too married to the trade. Oh, no worries. No worries, big dog. Well, let's get it. Yeah, R2D2, you good? We got 28 minutes left. Hey, yo, Gaines' price is stuck between Monday's high and low. It's Friday. It's Friday, bro. Bing bong ding dong on your ass. They gon' bing bong ding dong your ass, man. S&P is ripping? Who the fuck said that? Jay? It's S&P is ripping! Yo, get off. Hey, you're gonna get put in timeout where you're only allowed to look at 30-minute candle closes. Okay? Remember, like in elementary school, if you were like the troublemaker, like the teacher like made you sit close to her or like in the corner of the fucking classroom? I'm gonna fucking make it so you gotta only look at 30-minute candle closes, my guy. All right, and plus it's power hour on a Friday. I don't know how many like crazy shit you've seen, you know, but okay, no more 1 second chart. Yeah, and look, like if you're scalping, there's nothing wrong with looking at smaller time frame shit, but I'm just coming from a place of love, brother. I've been that guy. So it took me a while to trust 30-minute candle closes. If I can help one guy to realize that shit even a fucking month earlier than I did, then, you know, I achieved my goal. So, but regardless, brother, let's sit back and enjoy the show, man. You ready? Hey, all we can really ask for is volatility. So whether it wants to give a green dildo or a red dildo, hey, Gaffil, but not mine. You know what I mean? Zamil, you good? Can't lose. Chop House, happy Friday. Zendi, you good? Happy Friday, my guy. Ali, let's go. Kolodin. Ninja, you good? Actorly. Josia, you good? Happy Friday, ladies and gentlemen. We got 26 more minutes, maybe 2 more songs, and then I gotta go. How we doing? Everybody Gucci? Love you guys, man. Let's go! Hey, Useless Lines Records. Let's go, hedge fund! Kachoya! Let's go!
I've been deep in my charts.
Charts.
Just letting the zones pull apart.
Hey, they gotta get pulled apart.
I ain't pressed on my line.
Let's go, let's go.
Don't chase, I wait for my time.
Hey, don't chase it.
Juice rising slow, I feel the vibes surrounding me.
Yeah!
Smoke all over me, but my mind at peace. All this edge surrounding me. Ain't no fear, just clarity.
Juice!
If you've been stressing, just sit and breathe, math is a blessing. KIMBA gang, math juice elevation.
Let's go!
Let that market talk, we don't force, we just walk.
Juice!
On me,
Let's go!
levels moving heavenly.
Levels, man.
Math been talking steadily.
Happy Friday, Lions.
Ain't no rushing, let it be. KIMBA gang, life at ease. Oh, let's live.
Let's go!
So clean, we stacking bit by bit.
Let's get it!
Take it loud, we stay legit. That's just how the KIMBA gang is. We don't flinch. Levels moving heavenly. I've seen plays fall apart, seen emotions break hearts, but we stay smooth.
23 minutes, y'all.
Slow entry sharp,
Vibe with me.
close full rotation. RTH got Phil Monday, don't be impatient. We just vibe, wait for edge and take it. Profits come not chasing on a weekend. Juice on me, levels moving heavenly. I've been talking steadily. Ain't no rushing, let it be. KIMBA gang, life at ease. Ooh, let us live. Zone clean, we stacking bit by bit. Levels moving heavenly. Levels moving heavenly.
Yes, sir. JB, you good? Hey, I'm excited though that you get excited, brother. All right, JB, you excited for Monday? Mark, what about you? Mark with a cachoy. Rebo 7-1 in the building. No diabito. No diabito. I would assume, you know how like there's a Sato in every part of the world, right? And remember how we talked about the Mexican Sato would be Juan Gonzalez Rodriguez? The Spanish Sato, he doesn't call it a swing fail pattern. It's called Consuela's broom. Hey, how do you say broom in Spanish? How do you say broom? Hold on. Escoba. Wait, no. Basura. No, escoba. Consuela Escoba. Okay? It's not SFP. It's not SFP. It's Consuela Escoba. Joy. Nah, man. Juan Gonzalez Rodriguez, cabrón. Buscree says, where did you get basura? That's, I don't know what papiamento is, but that was the default. Vasura is Portuguese. Got you. Yeah. Yeah, but not a swing fail pattern, ladies and gentlemen. Consuela Escoba way. Sweep. No, I sweep. Right? Got him. EK, you good? Zamil, you good? Boy Alvarado, quit playing with me. Collodine, you like that? Shit. No, I sweep. Fuck! Ephilion in the building. How we doing? Happy Friday. 20 minutes. Jonas, you good? Jupiter, that is kind of funny though, right? So which one is funnier? Consuela Escoba or 5955, chat? It's kind of dead ass even if you ask me. Boy Alvarado. Combine all the fucking no mames way, Consuela Escoba, La Migra, all the fucking jokes and compare it to 5955 Bugama. Which one is funnier? That's a tough one. Ali, which one is funnier? Ricky in the building. Kozaks. All right, I really got to wrap it up. You guys good? Any last minute questions? Boy Alvarado says Matematica. We got 19 minutes until U.S. market close. Happy Friday, you guys. Well, happy hunting. Stay safe, ladies and gentlemen. I'm excited to regroup with you guys on Monday. I'm probably sure. Buscree says, I'm still lost. Why you got results in Papiamentu? I don't know. I'm always like looking at how to say different words in different languages. Languages is kind of the next thing I want to nerd out on. Boy Alvarado, Shadow, Jonas, Buscree. Yeah, but I definitely need to learn Portuguese. I'm going to be learning Portuguese pretty hardcore. Jonas, Vlad, 6 Sierra just gifted 100 subs. It's got to be testnet. Get. 6 Sierra just hit y'all with the D. That's data. Hey, 6 Sierra, hit him with the what?
Hit him with the D.
Yeah.
That's data.
What?
Zoom out, get clean like a shaver. That chart, pull back.
What?
I'ma fade ya. High IQ, no need for a savior.
What?
Hit him with the D.
Hit him with the.
That's data.
Let's go.
Hit him with the D.
What?
Hit him with the D.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's go.
Seeking data, where the data be? Just CVDOI data is data, even if it's free. Kimba gang live streams. Bitch, quit playing with me.
Hit him with the. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's go.
Hit him with that D, not drama, that's data. RTH, open strong, so I wait up. Get my map loaded, no favors. If price break structure, I cater. SFPs with a fib rotation. I don't chase, I calculate placement. They ape, I trace pure patience. My edge, pure math, no statements. CPOs, I'm inside the range. Volume ledge, got 'em feeling strange. Value low, then I'm in my lane. That's some VWAP just to press that pain.
Let's go.
I ain't guessing, I'm locked with a thesis. Tape move quick, I'm squeezing hyenas. All gas, no brakes, no leases. I'm a lion, I don't follow no pretense. Hit him with the D.
Let's go, 6 Sierra.
Lips layered like lasagna.
Hit him.
Kimba gang, this is the new saga. You lost, that's just karma.
God damn. Math.
Hit him with the D.
Data.
No FOMO, we just chill. Let the candles react, we still hit the profit. That's the skill.
Use the signs.
Yeah, hit him with the D. Open interest up, so I'm dialed in. POC holding, less filing. Delta red, then I smiling. This ain't hope, this is styling. Bagama's heat, that overlay sweet. Gigs on deck, so I plant my feet. Let the crowd flip, I don't retreat. One good trap and I feast repeat. You scroll for memes, I scroll for wicks. You buy on green, I plot my tricks. I resent going 3, still take that flick. Cause proper math make the profit stick. I got plans, no lotto. Narrative tight, like a bottle. Saddle wild and let 'em wobble. We in the seat, full throttle. Hit him with the D.
Hit him with the.
Bibs layered like lasagna. Kimba gang, this is the new saga.
Let's go.
You lost, that's just karma.
Mad lettuce, let's
Hit
get
him
it.
with the D.
J-Tech.
No FOMO, we just chill.
Zamil Banshee, I see you.
We still
We mathin'.
hit the profit. That's the skill.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hit him with the D.
Let's go.
Yeah. Hit him with the D.
Yo, it's crazy, right? Hey, who was the guy that
Hit him
said
with the D.
Haskier?
Yeah. Hit him with the D.
Oh, I was supposed to leave like 3 hours ago, bro. It's fucking
Useless
almost.
lines records.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I mean, I might as well just kick it for the last 15 minutes, right? Jonas, let's go. TTV, Fondre, Jonas, Ninja. Happy Friday, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just trying to think like where I would have realistically been able to get in on an S&P long. Because so let's say, for example, that we had we drew these 2 Bugammas in the morning. Like, where would I have... Because I'm not longing right there. And I probably wouldn't have gotten bullish until we broke that. So maybe we would have had this long. But I definitely wouldn't have gotten into a long until it was above that. So that's actually kind of a shitty... I probably would have done something like... I don't even know what I would have done. Probably the golden pocket play. So something like this. Or I had my limits here and I just whiffed on it and completely missed, you know? Yeah, I would hope I would have been able to chase it somewhere here. But yeah, when we start scalping S&P, for example, like, you know, after it broke that, probably would have been like, fuck, we should probably maybe look for a long with that on file. And then, you know, swing high, swing low, 886. So either we got the 75786 or we completely whiffed on the long, waiting for the golden pocket, right? Probably the most probable outcome of today if we were scalping that or trying to. Shout out 6 Sierra. Fib Math. Kozox, Jonas, Hasky, High Style, 12 more minutes on US market. Let's get it! All right, I know you guys wanted this. Move! Let's go. You guys love the way the market moves, especially the last 10 minutes on Friday.
Zoning, hitting,
Kachaya!
they know me, clicking, I'm patient, I'm waiting, I'm
Let's
feeling
go.
the wave. Got the feeling that it's fine, gonna
Juice
break.
Line
I know that the
Records.
prophets want me here right now.
Juice!
Zoning, hitting,
Math is math!
they know me, clicking, I'm patient, I'm waiting, I'm feeling the wave. Got the feeling that it's fine, gonna break. I know that the prophets want me here right now. I want a 30-minute candle body. Just give me that 30-minute candle body. I just wanna get naughty. Marcus, I really love the way
Sing!
you move.
Let's go!
Marcus, I really love the way you move.
God
Yeah, I really
damn!
like the way it move, move. Yeah, I really like the way it move.
Let's go!
I really like the way it you. Yeah, I really like the way juice up, rising,
Math! Let's
beat
get it!
up, pumping, hey. Price whispering, I can feel the wave. I'm just sitting with the plan in place. I know I'ma strike it here today.
Let's go, let's
I
go,
know that
let's
the
go.
prophets want me here right now.
Use the lines!
Juice up, rising,
Pixel! Math!
data, pumping,
Data!
hey.
Juice!
Price whispering, I can feel the wave. I'm just sitting with the plan in place. I know
Pixel.
I'ma strike it here today. I know that the prophets want me here right now.
Let's get
Let the
it!
tape go crazy. We don't chase sweet gravy. KIMBA never shaky.
Let's go!
Marcus, I really love the way you
What?
move.
Yeah.
Marcus, I really love the way you move. Yeah, I really like the way it move. Yeah, I really like the way it move. I really like the way it you. Yeah, I really like the way. I know y'all want a 30-minute candle
Let's go.
body. Just give me that
8 more
30-minute
minutes!
candle body. I just wanna get naughty.
I mean 9!
Marcus, I really love the way you
What?
move. Marcus, I really love the way you move.
Let's go!
Yeah, I really like the way it move. Yeah, I really like the way it move.
Juice!
I really like the way it.
Kachaya! God damn, Useless Line Records,
Useless
let's get
Line-
it. Ludo, you good? Zazy, you good? I'm gonna start playing some of the outro music. Boogama Mama says, hey, the Boogamas be Boogamaing, I'll tell you that. Kachay! Mad Lettuce, Mark, Glitch, any questions, you guys? Gucci, Atharna, Kaitoshi. Well, if there's any part of market movement that I don't really care for, I don't want to say dislike, but Power Hour on a Friday, super kachoi. Ludo, is there anybody that I haven't shouted out today? Happy Friday, Lions. LIQUANIA, stand up. Oh, we about to get Juicy Maguchi. Grid Trader says, bro, I'm confused. I don't know what is happening. The markets are trying to squeeze out the last sort of traders left. Grid. So have you, did you know that today is options expirations? So it's kind of why like I'm staying till the end. So today is big options expirations. And I don't know how many power hours you've seen, but this is just normal. Yeah, it's the last 6 minutes and change until U.S. markets close. Technically, there's, after market trading, but don't let the last 10, 15 minutes really matter. What you're focusing on is settlement. So where it closes at the end of the day. Alrighty, Grid. But I mean, I zoomed in super, super hard, but don't get like lost on the smaller time frame. Okay, is that better? Does that help you calm down a little bit? Just pay attention to where it closes, my guy. All right, and as always, Grid, I don't expect you to. I don't always know what the fuck is going on. Is it okay to not know what the fuck is happening? Totally fine, Grid. Yeah, all that means is that if you catch yourself self-aware that you're confused, as long as you don't take a position, you're Gucci. It's not like we expect you to know exactly what the fuck is going on every 5 minutes, every second, Let's get it, Grid. Especially with so little time left. I mean, it's just let them do whatever. It's options expiration, so they're gonna try to stop people out, trap people over the weekend, shit like that. Glitch says, how do I say goodbye? I don't know if I have that. Yeah, I can't find that song. Fibbo Jesus. All right, 5 more minutes. Glenn, let's go, Glenn. My friends and I have an inside joke about the name Glenn. Grid Trader says, but the red line on the left of the screen is what? The red line on the left side? Like these Fibonacci levels? You talking about these Fibonacci levels? Or are you talking about that? On the right side? More on the left? Oh, book map. Ooh, okay, so let me tell you about that. First off, Grid Trader, every single trade that I use, or excuse me, every single tool that I use is in the Discord in the trading tool section with big discounts and even if it's shit that you don't see me using on stream, it's listed on there. Exclamation tools. You can type exclamation tools into chat. It'll also take you there. That is called bookmap, exclamation bookmap. It is an aggregate order book. Okay, so all the numbers that you see in the column, those are aggregated order books. So do you see at 104,200? Do you see the 10.55? Now it's 8.24. Okay, do you see 104,200? Now it's 8.03. You see that? That means that across Binance, Huobi, OKX, Bybit, BitGet, you have that number at that price point. So the reds are obviously short entries and the greens are obviously long entries. The circles are market orders. So obviously a green circle is a market buy, a red circle is a market sell. So in essence, what you're seeing is market orders reacting against limit orders. And that in essence, is what cumulative volume delta is, CVD. And when you're ready to, we're going to start talking about CVD bearish divergences and CVD bullish divergences. And what you're going to notice is you're going to understand how to read exhaustion. Are sellers getting exhausted? Are buyers getting exhausted? Or absorption? Are the sellers getting absorbed? Or are the buyers getting absorbed? And that's one of the reasons why CVD divergence is my go-to edge to decide if I'm going to take a long or short. All right, but Maddie says, I'd like to know about divergences in reading. Yeah, so go to Google and type in divergence cheat sheet. Then go to images. This one. Uptrend exhaustion, uptrend absorption, downtrend exhaustion, downtrend absorption. All right. The metaphor that I always tell the lions is, imagine you're a king and you're inside of your castle, this sick ass castle, crazy sick ass walls, right? And you're getting attacked, you're under siege. All right. And what you're doing is you're watching them, you know, catapult shit, you know, throw shit at your wall, and you're watching if your wall is holding up or if your wall is not holding up. And so you might be able to say, oh, fuck, like my walls are legit, we're good. That might mean that you're taking a long. All right. Or you might be like, holy fuck, my walls are made out of fucking paper mache. We're going to evacuate and get the fuck out of here. Maybe you don't take that long, or maybe you even go short. So that's what CVD divergence is, okay? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, pa-pink! There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Give yourselves a round of applause. You survived another Friday. There we go. Good shit. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. Bugatti boys. Kimchi juice. Let's get it. Man9 says moon. I don't know about that, but you know, whatever happens, you can put this in your book bag of, you know, what to expect on the last 5 minutes, the last 10 minutes of Power Hour on a Friday, right? And even right now, okay, I mean, do you think it's a coincidence or nah? You think that's a coincidence, or you think it's math? They say it's fucking trillions of dollars of market cap. Why is it pixel fucking? Why is it pixel fucking, chat? So ignore the wick, because we always ignore the wick on Power Hour last 5 minutes of Friday. Don't give a fuck about that, right? So ignore the wick. So if it's an 8A6618 rotation, and if you're going to talk to me about it's going to moon, then you're telling me that golden pocket is going to turn into support, right? Basically. Would that be fair to say? And that's okay. But until you actually turn that into support and get the fuck back above 886 and basically make another higher high, you don't know if you're going to moon or not. We Gucci? Grid Trader says, I need to learn Fib this weekend. That's awesome, Grid. Hey, Grid, go to YouTube, type in Fibonacci in nature. It's going to blow your fucking mind. Did you know that animals mate at the golden pocket? Did you know that insects and plants grow at golden pocket? Did you know that planets rotate in a golden pocket in Fibonacci? So Fibonacci in nature, so you can realize life is math and math is life. Then do Fibonacci in trading, and then the third phase would be Fibonacci in crypto trading. All right? Pretty cool. The math is the math and the juice is the juice, man. Any questions? Ninja, you good? Grid, you good? You saw a documentary on this a long time ago, but I'm hyped a bit more. Yeah, I mean, you can use it for math. and let it help you juice up a little bit. Laughing Grass, let's go. Flank Sinatra, dude, all of these names are fucking hilarious. All right, ladies and gentlemen, happy Friday. I love you guys. I can't wait to regroup with y'all on maybe Sunday night. Yeah. John Kata, what's going on? Glenn, what's going on? Everybody Gucci, happy hunting, stay safe. R2D2 says bye. I can't play the outro, I don't think. But instead of the sad outro, maybe play some hyped up outro. I mean,
KIMBA gang forever. Damn, Kimba, you back at it again.
when the drones start flying. You know what? No. I got it. This is a good outro one. Hey, Lions, what do we always say? Do it for others, because if you're just doing it for yourself, you're gonna quit on yourself. Kachoy. Longers, I'm rooting for you. Shorters, I'm rooting for you. Bulls, Bears, we're all Lions. Let's lock in. Happy Friday. Kodak, where's Kodak Black at? Can we get Kodak Black here on stage? Let's go. Happy Friday. We juicing. We mathin'. 50 seconds on the 5 in the candle. Let's go.
I did it for all of us, yeah, I put in the time.
Let's get it.
Now we up, Kimba gang up, no one left behind.
Too easy,
Mama,
chat.
don't stress, now we good, we fine.
Don't get got.
Long nights turn to long flights, stars all aligned.
Don't get got,
I
chat.
remember when the fridge had number light in it.
Juice.
Now we tote champagne, got ice where the ice isn't. Juice up the fam, gave them more than just a slice in it. Work for the win, now I'm juicing in
Man,
the
let
right
us, I
pivot.
see you.
Tears in my auntie's eyes, she said,
All right,
boy, you
y'all.
made us proud.
I'm gonna end the stream when the
Told her
song
this ain't
ends.
luck,
I love
it's
you
the
guys.
grind that spoke loud. Charts on my screen, wrist
Players.
tight, stayed down.
Glenn
Now I'm pulling
was
up with bags and I'm sharing them
Peru.
around. I did it for all of us, yeah, I put in the time.
Maxi.
Now we up, Kimba gang up, no one left behind. Mama,
Juice.
don't stress, now we good, we fine.
Ka-cha-ya.
Long nights turn to long flights, stars all aligned. This for the hustle, still hustling, trying to make it right. This
Ka-cha.
for the homie who stay loyal every night.
Let's get
This
it.
for my mama who prayed even when I lost sight.
Juice.
Now I'm buying her a crib, yeah, she living that
Too
life.
easy.
Then flex for the gram, I flex for the fam.
Hard work.
Made it out the drought, now they know who I am.
Ninja.
Private calls with the broker,
Scamanza.
talking bigger plans.
60.
Now the room smell like
Ready.
lettuce, wrist holding some bands.
Frota.
They ain't see the nights I
Latis.
cried sleepless in this chair.
Yeah.
They just see the jets, now they don't know I was scared. But I ain't fold, I held the line, always came prepared. Now I got the whole gang shining, fully aware. I did it for all of us, yeah, I put in the time. Now we up, Kimba gang up, no one left
Jonas.
behind. Mama, don't stress, now we good, we fine.
Too easy.
Long nights turn to long flights, stars all aligned. All of us, yeah, I put in the time.
Let's go.
Can't forget where I came from, that's why I live for all of us. Kimba gang, Kimba gang.
Hey, shout out Kodak. LIQUANIA, stand up. Banshee, Broho, Glenn, Zazy. Love you guys. Hey, shout out Six Sierra, shout out Banshee, shout out everybody that gifted subs. You guys are the best. I don't have those overlays on this computer yet, so on Monday I should have everything ready to go. I think on Monday we're gonna go full 24/7 stream mode, 100%. I hope you guys are ready. Wait.
Hey, you see that chart? That ain't bullish, bro. That's straight disrespect. Price can't even hold the ring.
All right, Six Sierra just gifted another 100. Holy shit. Can I get a Kachoya?
Kimba, we making it out the hood with this one.
All right, let's go. Math is math, chat. Hey! Math is math, chat! Let's go! All right, this is one more for Six Sierra. Hey, this is the Kimba Gang weekend theme.
Friday close, but I'm still locked in.
Let's go.
Plays don't sleep, so I never give in. Smoking
Juice.
lettuce on a weekend.
Let's get it.
Easy money, we don't pretend.
Good job.
Gap plays cooking, got that present.
Let's go.
Monday mapped out, now we just in.
Let's get it.
Gotti dreams, but
Six
the vibes
Sierra,
stay
let's go,
humble.
Six Sierra.
So clean,
Love you,
never
big
slip,
dog.
never stumble.
Yang Shi
Game
fan.
deep, if we touch it,
Kagum.
it double.
Was Banshee. Says Glenn. Juice.
Rooftop calm, but the plan on fire.
Happy Friday, y'all. Have an amazing weekend.
Just let data stack.
Juice.
One good trade, turn the whole week back.
Let's go.
Risk to reward, mine clean, yours cap.
Weekend.
Lettuce in the wind while the algo tap.
Juice.
Talking rotations while the DJ spin.
Rotate.
Whole gang silent, but we all locked in.
Kachaya.
Sun dips slow, but I'm wide awake.
Juice.
Data on my mind while I watch the lake. Yeah.
Data.
Toast to the play that I didn't take.
Yo.
That discipline win when the market shake. Yeah.
Kachaya.
Not for the show.
Okay.
Bought off zones. I don't need to boast.
Let's go.
Told her easy money, they just lost. Math so clean, like I'm cut from a different cloth.
Yeah.
Smoking lettuce on a weekend.
Weekend.
Easy money, we don't pretend.
Let's get it.
Gap plays cooking, got that present. Monday mapped out, now we just send.
Juice.
Gotti dreams, but the vibes stay humble.
Math.
Chart so clean, never slip, never stumble. Clean but gang deep, if we touch it, it double.
Yeah.
Juice don't fumble.
All right, y'all. Outro for reals. Because I got to get going. Lions, you're the best. Catch joy. All right, y'all.
They say life's a gamble.
No. All right, Namgod, Yangshi, Lab M, Banshee, Buzzo, have a great weekend, Buzzo. Let's go. Ace, shout out Texas. Math is the math. Mad Lettuce, Chris BX. I'll be here bright and early, hella early on Monday. Hopefully I'm caught up on the jet lag. Akik's calling noob. Jarik says Kachoya. Yup. Well, you still have RTH running for 5 more minutes, so that's when the settlement is going to kick in, so pay attention to that. The math is the math and the fibs are the fibs. You guys know how to pull fibs from the top and bottom, not that hard, okay? Regardless of what it does, pay attention to what it, regardless of what it does, pay attention to how you're going to be able to remember this the next time for Power Hour on Friday, so you don't get got. If it really is bullish, that golden pocket should be support. Bears, you need to make a lower low. Copper says, quick question, bro. What is the name of the monitor arm that is holding up your 57-inch? Great question, Copper. So the arm that I use for the 57 is the Ergotron. It's the Ergotron brand. It's the heavy-duty one. All right, and it's a double clamp. However, Copper Dawn, if you pay close attention, I actually mounted the 57 on the wall. Yeah, because if you use the arm to put the 57, it's too close to your desk, or it's too close in your face. And I use the IKEA countertop, so I actually have a pretty shallow desk. Yeah, so I use like a TV mount, and then I have 100, I think it's a 500, or no, it's a 100 to 100 to 500 to 500 converter for a VESA adapter. Yeah, let me just notate this because this is not. All right, Copper Dawn, have a great weekend. I'm out of here. Salute. I salute y'all, Lions. The math is the math and the juice is the juice. Quit playing with me. I'll see you guys bright and early on Monday, chat. Cut, Jay. Should we finish it off with Danny Ocean? I'm trying to think, what would be a good one to end it with? We did Weekend. We played everything in March. We played everything in April. We did Love the Way You Move. We did hit him with a D. Whole lot of juice. Yeah, I think we wrap it up with Danny Ocean with Markets No. Love you guys. Have a great weekend.
Para todos los traders que han sido engañados por el mercado, esta canción es para ti. Dime cómo le explico a mi cuenta que el mercado me hizo a mí. Dime cómo haré para soltar esta carga, please. Esta locura que siento de la vera,
MJ,
con esta química que rompe mi
Sliced
cartera.
Bread,
Y ya no
Steve
puedo, bro,
Soul.
ya no puedo, bro.
Like this.
Hermano, discúlpame si te fallé, no lo quise hacer.
Glitch.
Sé que en el trading cuando es real se vuelve.
Juice.
Pero cómo olvidarse stop y cómo olvidarte shar. Ya no puedo, bro, ya no puedo, bro. Marques no. Me rehúso a darte un último trade, así que guárdalo.
Juice.
Para que la próxima vez lo hagamos con Edge. Haciéndolo así, así, así. Colectando mis tipis, baby.
Let's go. Have a great weekend, MJ. Thank you, brother. EK, let's go, man. Snail Waddle, Glitch, Chef Superstar, 60, Barbados, XCOG.
Sin mirar atrás, sin buscar a nadie más, solo quiero estar en profit, wow. Si no tengo Edge conmigo, yo no quiero entrar en FOMO porque tú eres mi camino, wow.
Superman
Y yo
Crypto.
solo quiero estar junto a ti,
Players.
mercado, por favor, entiéndelo.
Let's go.
Solo dame tu señal y confía en mí. Si te pierdes, solo sigue mi plan.
Pixel.
Y dale tiempo.
Be patient,
markets al
Lions.
tiempo.
Don't get
Que
caught.
tú, que yo estamos hechos para estar los dos.
Do you
Y dale
believe?
tiempo, markets al tiempo. Que tú y yo estamos hechos para estar los dos. Marques no. Me rehúso a darte un último trade, así que guárdalo. Para que la próxima vez lo hagamos con Edge. Haciéndolo así, así, así. Colectando mis tipis, baby. No más emociones, solo lógica. No más impulso, solo estrategia. KIMBA Gang no se rinde. Seguimos fuertes, seguimos firmes. Marques no. Me rehúso a darte un último trade, así que guárdalo. Para que la próxima vez lo hagamos con Edge. Haciéndolo así, así, así. Así como te gusta, baby.
Yeah. All right, y'all. Have an amazing weekend. I'll see you guys on Monday, ladies and gentlemen. Longers, I'm rooting for you. Shorters, I'm rooting for you. Bulls, Bears, we're all Lions. Clap. Not my hands. Not my hands. I'll see you guys on Monday. Peace, everybody. Have a great weekend. He reaving. He reaving. He reaving.